That was a polite try to say I would like to start. Hello and welcome. Dear guests, let me say the most important sentence right away and at the very beginning. The buffet is open. But the buffet, be cautious, because it doesn't contain what the media industry sometimes calls snackable content. Instead, you will find deep divers, you will find thorough research, you will find the finest investigative cross-border journalism in Europe. IJ4EU is the project enabling all these investigations. IJ4EU is co-financed by the European Commission and supported by Open Society Foundations, Fritt Ort, Isocrates, and the City of Leipzig. The Uncovered conference that we will do now today and tomorrow has two clear aims. Firstly, to provide a stage for the really amazing findings of the IJ4EU grantees. Secondly, to reflect on the current conditions of investigative journalism in Europe. We will talk about reporting in war times. We will talk about the use of artificial intelligence. We will talk about migration and reporting about migration, for instance. In other words, this conference tackles topics that are relevant to every European. This conference creates a truly European public sphere. My name is Lutz Kinkel. I'm the Managing Director of the ECPMF. And together with the European Journalism Center, we are part of the IJ4EU consortium that is led by the International Press Institute. With my co-host, our IJ4EU program manager, Dennis. Where is Dennis? There she is. We are honored to welcome you in Brussels and also online. I have the pleasure now to give the stage to a video message of Dr. Marc Speich, the State Secretary for Federal, European and International Affairs, State of North Rhine-Westphalia, our generous host for the next 2 days.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure and privilege to welcome you at the North Rhine-Westphalian representation to the European Union. That you are gathering at our premises this year gives me the opportunity to express my appreciation to you, the journalists. What you do is absolutely essential. At the same time, you work under extremely difficult conditions. Wherever they are in the world, journalists continue to be attacked and threatened. We see this every day, for instance, in Ukraine. In Ukraine, journalists for years have worked in the greatest of dangers. In autocratic regimes, governments systematically attack and suppress free media. In Russia, there are practically no free media left. But even in democracies, even here in Europe, we witness the vulnerability and fragility of press freedom and freedom of expression. It cannot be said often enough. Attacks on journalists are attacks on the free society as a whole. We are experiencing an information war against all of us. This is a major turning point for Europe and the whole world. And now there is an altogether new and different challenge: technological advances. The use of artificial intelligence allows the creation of texts, of images and videos that can be recognized as fake only upon close examination or by using AI as a tool. More and more frequently, we see this used to manipulate public opinion and political decisions, to misinform and manipulate people. It is therefore all the more important that we join together to see to it that independent reporting prevails and that technologies are used to this end, to promote access to solid information, to help distinguish what is true and what is fake. This is crucial to our resilience. It is crucial to our trust in the future, because in the face of crises, wars and disasters, we need information that provides stability and orientation. We need investigative reporting, and we also need constructive reporting that offers solutions. So in short, we need you, journalists with principles and ideals, with your creativity and your judgment. This requires the creation of networks across borders. And that is why I'm very grateful that programs like this one promote the international cooperation of journalists. I'm confident that with this conference we can once again send a message: a cross-border commitment to press freedom and freedom of expression. Please enjoy a productive conference, and thank you very much.
We sincerely thank Dr. Speich for his kind words. I now give the floor to Mr. Carlos Perez Mestro, who represents the European Commission, the initiator and funder of IJ4U. Dear Carlos, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lutz. Good afternoon, everyone. So, as Lutz said, I come from the Connect of the European Commission, and I thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. Well, there's nothing new I can say about the good job that you are doing, but I would say from the European Commission and the European institutions' point of view, just to tell you and to stress how important it is for us in the institutions, the work you are doing, which is part of our strategy to promote and to protect media freedom and media pluralism. And for those of you who have been following European events and European businesses, President von der Leyen in the latest State of the Union speech again reinforced this message and how important it is to keep independent and free and pluralistic media. This, as you know, the situation has worsened over the last years, as Dr. Speich said later. Even in the European Union, the situation is deteriorating, and from the institutions we have taken a number of policies and policy steps and regulations. You know the European Democracy Action Plan, you know that we are now discussing the Media Freedom Act, which is the first time that we will be regulating in the media environment, along with the Audiovisual Media Services Directive. But you are also aware, I hope, that we are working on an anti-SLAPP package, that we adopted a communication on the safety of journalists a couple of years ago, and that we are monitoring that, and that we have also increased our financial support to these kind of projects, because at the end of the day, all the policies and all the regulations we can do, they have no effect if you are not there on the ground to do the job, the good job that you are doing. So on behalf of DigiConnect, thank you very much, and I wish you a very fruitful conference, and above all, I wish you that you continue doing this job, because this is what makes sense at the end of the day. If we talk to politicians and we say all these good regulations, policies, what's the value of that if you are not really there to show that especially in these times of disinformation and how the technologies are affecting not only the distribution but the content of the creation of the content, that you have to be there to show that quality content and quality journalism is really very important. So on behalf of the Commission, thank you very much, and have a very fruitful conference. Thank you.
A very warm welcome from me as well. You're very excited host for the day. I'm Deniz, the person behind the countless emails that you have received over the last few months. It is so lovely to see many familiar faces, as well as some new ones, and our participants online. Thank you very much for joining us and tuning in. Among us today are also my dear colleagues from the International Press Institute and the European Journalism Center. I will leave the floor first to Tim from IPI and then Zlatina from EJC for their welcoming words.
Thanks, Denise, and good afternoon, everybody. It's so great to see you. On behalf of the International Press Institute, which, as Lutz said, has the honor of leading the IJ4EU consortium, I'd like to echo the thanks already expressed to our gracious hosts here, also to the European Commission and our co-funders. And I'd like to add a word of thanks to ECPMF for organizing this event, and also a thank you to everyone who's taken part in the IJ4EU program to date. Many of you are in this room, others will be following online, no doubt. And in a sense, this conference is a tribute to you all, the work that you do, and a chance to learn and exchange amongst each other. Every year I am amazed by the quality and the ambition and the impact of the cross-border investigations that this program supports. And it's really difficult work, as you know only too well. It's time-consuming, it's expensive, it certainly doesn't pay well, and it can be risky at times. So what you're doing is absolutely crucial. Holding power to account, exposing wrongdoing, these things are fundamental to democracy and open societies. So we salute you for that work. And on that note, I'd like to just announce some breaking news. On behalf of the IJ4EU consortium, I am delighted to tell you that IJ4EU will be back for 2 more years, another edition in 2024 and 25. Thanks to the European Commission, we have even more money to give away to support cross-border investigative journalism, more support of other types, legal support, practical support, and so on. So we are absolutely thrilled that the good work continues. So please do apply, be part of the new program. We expect to launch the first call for projects in early 2024. So on that note, let me hand over to Zlatina at the European Journalism Center.
Thank you, Tim. I certainly cannot beat your news. Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm Zlatina, and together with my colleague, Juliette, we represent the European Journalism Center, the EJC, which manages the freelancer support scheme within IJ4EU. That's why quite a few of you already know us, but it's certainly a much bigger pleasure to meet you in person. It's a great pleasure for us to be here and celebrate your work, but also to learn from your experiences and to listen to your feedback and tips, so that we can try to support you even better in the future, in the next edition of IJ4EU including.
So I really look forward to what's coming in the next days, and I hope that you will have some great time together. Thank you.
Thank you, Zlatina, and thank you, Tim. It's a great pleasure to be working with you and to keep on working with you for the next 2 years. I know that everybody's waiting for the keynote speech with great anticipation, but I will have some quick info to share with you. We will be hosting several panels in this room today, as you all know, and the panels that are taking place in this particular room will be live streamed. But for those who are in Brussels with us at the venue, we are going to have panels in the room just over there across. They will unfortunately be not live streamed, but I invite everybody to look at the agenda and make a tough choice between two amazing sessions. And if you happen to have any questions during the day, of course I'm at your disposal, but I also have my colleagues, Tim, Zlatina, Juliet. I have Gürkan and Melissa helping us at the registration desk right now, probably. And I also have Sunny somewhere, although I cannot see her. So please find us if you have any questions, and we will be delighted to help you. And to the moment of great anticipation, our keynote speech. So it has been around for a while now, and it has been shaping our lives like a second invisible hand, if you like the expression. But it was in the last 12 months or so that the conversation around artificial intelligence has been gaining a momentum. As the conversation is switching back and forth between utter astonishment and disaster scenarios, we need experts that understand the benefits and merits of AI, and also knows how to engage with it and understands the pitfalls. So that is why we invited Pierre Romero-Zhang today to join us. Pierre is one of the pioneers of data journalism in France. He is the Chief Technology Officer at the Consortium of Investigative Journalists and a co-founder of Journalism++. So the floor is yours, dear Pierre.
Well, hello everyone. Can you hear me well? Okay, I'm just going to try this to be sure that I know it works. Okay, easy. Well, thanks a lot for the invitation. Thanks a lot for the kind words. I am Pierre Romero-Zhang. I'm, as Denis said, the CTO at ICIJ. And I've been working on data journalism projects and cross-border investigation since many, many years. And you can find me on many social media. Here is my email. If you have any questions or if you want to follow up after this speech. So before I start, I'm going to give you a few words about the ICIJ. You might know about us. We are a weird organization, not super easy to understand because basically when you talk about ICIJ, you talk about three groups. First, the staff, then the members, and finally the partners. Those three groups work together, and I'm going to explain a little bit what they do. So first, the staff, it's about 35, 40 people working for an NGO in the US. We are split in 4 continents, and we work together on all the projects you know, all the technology you know, around, Panama Papers, Paradise, Pandora Papers, etc., etc. To basically build this network of journalists, we rely on a network of members. It's a global network of almost 300 investigative journalists around the world. Those members exchange tips, they exchange, leaks or whatever they can use to build investigative stories. And finally, we have partners all around the world. They are basically working with us for the time of each project. So for instance, we have Le Soir in Belgium, Le Monde, or The Guardian, and we have many partners that work with us during those investigations. So now I sorted out, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about how we use AI to do investigations at ICIJ. So for us, it's not so new. We started to use AI a few years ago. We use it in our core technology to analyze leak, but we also use it for the investigations themselves. The very first example of AI at ICIJ was the implant files. It was like almost 5 years ago. And basically it was an investigation into the medical devices industry. So medical devices can be, you know, whatever device you use in the medical area. And what we wanted to check was the regulations around those medical devices. So we made a huge effort with our partners to get public records, and more specifically adverse events, which were reports of problems with those devices. So when we got those 5.4 million adverse event reports, we had to analyze them and get some statistic out of them to know exactly how many people got harmed by those medical devices. The problem with those reports was the fact that the word death was not always present in the report. It was very hard reading the report, reading the metadata, to know exactly how many people died because of this event. So we had to find a way using AI to extract this information from those millions of reports. Basically, we created a list of terms, so we did that manually. We used more than 3,000 terms related to death, and we feed it to the machine learning algorithm to identify how many deaths there was in each report. And thanks to that process, we managed to identify 2,000 cases where deaths were not reported correctly. They were misclassified, or, you know, the doctors were using phrase like the patient expired, which is awful. And yeah, that was the very first attempt with machine learning at ICIJ, and I will tell you a little bit more about what are the limits of this kind of analysis later. Then, a few years later, we worked on the Mauritius leaks. So basically, Mauritius in Africa is used to build tax evasion schemes, and we got a big leak from this country, so 200,000 files, and we didn't know how to explore that with very limited resources. So we first collaborated with Quartz to identify similar documents. So basically we asked journalists from Quartz and from the ICIJ network to tag some documents in a specific category. For instance, we asked them to identify tax returns, business plans, and then with this few sample of documents, we fed the algorithm again to help us to identify similar documents in this massive trove of documents. This process is called supervised learning, and it's basically putting the journalists at work and then amplify what they do with an algorithm. So with this technology, we can really scale to massive amount of data. And this was one of the very first example with documents, but we did it later with greater data sets. This helped us to identify the documents. This helped the journalists that work with us to really find leads in the documents, and it really accelerated the whole process, because at the end, this investigation was pretty small compared to other bigger investigation I mentioned. But with this technology, we managed to have great leads and finding in the documents. Again, a little bit later, we did the Luanda Leaks investigations. So it was a lot of records, internal communications, PDF, docs from Angola related to Isabel dos Santos. And as you probably know, the official language in Angola is Portuguese, but most of our partners don't speak Portuguese. So we had to find a way to still make those documents available for everyone, every partners in every country working in that specific investigation. So we use a very common AI technique, which is called machine translation, which allow us to translate a lot of documents. So it basically Google Translate, but with an open source tool called Apertium, and that we scale to almost 1 million documents. That was the first step, which was kind of successful. The translation was very, very bad, but it was the first step. Then we tried to build clusters. So again, we use the same workflow than before. We ask journalists to tag some specific categories, such as balance sheets, meeting, contract, etc. And at the end, they were able to build this list of tags you see on the left. This is our search engine for documents. And on the left, we have a list of tags that were generated by an algorithm, by machine learning. And basically, thanks to that, the journalists were able to target their research on a very specific type of documents. Then, a little bit later, we did the Pandora paper investigation. So it was, at the time, and probably still, the largest investigation in journalism history. Not because of the size of the leak, which was huge, bigger than what we had before, but also because of the complexity of the task. It was a leak based on 14 different offshore service firms, so 14 different ways to organize the documents with many, many different file formats. So we really had to tackle that in different ways. We really have to make our research efficient, even though the sources were very different from each other. And so how did we do that? So sorry, the presentation is a bit cut, but first we identify again some kind of documents to remove the noise. When you have so much documents, you need to remove the noise to avoid unnecessary research, unnecessary search results. And so we try to find things like news articles, Wikipedia pages, financial reports that were generated automatically and that were mentioning famous people. And so thanks to this process, we managed to narrow down our research to small sets of documents where we could basically ignore other documents and at the end, find leads more quickly. Another challenge with this project was the fact that we wanted to publish the list of UBOs, ultimate beneficial owner, that were present in those documents, so you know, the true person behind an offshore entity. But all those documents, because they came again from different sources, were structured differently. So we had to use machine learning to read those documents for us and extract the name, address, or any detail about those UBOs in order to publish them on our website, the Offshore Leaks database, where you can basically search for offshore entities and the people behind them. But obviously there are some problems with all those AI tools we used. Because AI is able to do great things, it's also creating many problems. It has many limitations. So it's very important for us and for any organization that want to use AI to have a balanced view on what it's used by the algorithm, and they have to recognize that what they do, even if it's super powerful, can also have pitfalls. The one and most important limitation for us is the fact that AI must be fact-checked like any other source. It's not because your algorithm is going to generate statistics about the adverse event in the medical devices case that you're going to publish it right away. You have to have some sort of mechanism to ensure that the AI did a good job, like you would check any other source. So we want to avoid what we call the black box effects, basically building a technology that you don't know how it works, but it gives you results. So to do that, to avoid that, you have to have a clear methodology. You have to have something that you can reproduce easily. You have to interrogate how the algorithms are made, including the dataset that you use to teach your algorithm. And finally, which is very important for ICIJ, you have to fact-check the results. To make this very efficient at ICIJ, because fact-checking is a little bit our secret recipe, we built a platform that we call Prophecies, and that is basically made to review the results of machine learning processes. So in that example, for instance, you have addresses on the left, you have a country code, and then you can say if the country code is correct, incorrect, or you don't know. So this sounds pretty basic, right? It's super simple. In theory, those kind of process can be very heavy because here it's just checking the country, so this can be done very quickly. But there are tons of things that you can verify with machine learning, so very different approach to verify data. And at ICIJ, we don't do that just once. For a data set, we can check every row, at least 3 times. So that's a very heavy process. So that's why we created this tool to verify every single row. And if I take again the example of the implant files result that we analyze, before even being able to publish the final number of deaths, we took every line recognized by the machine learning algorithm, and we checked them at least 3 times. So it's super heavy. So yeah, it's part of the cost of using AI, and there are also other costs. The most obvious one is, of course, the economical cost. I give you an example with GPT-3 because it's the technology that everyone is talking about. It costs close to $5 million just to train it. The environmental impact of this training is huge. So here there is a small typo. It's not 3.5 million GPU per hour, it's 3.5 million GPU hours. But anyway, it's a lot. Basically, there is also the human cost of those algorithms. And in journalism, we have a principle that is the principle of no harm. And so when you use this kind of algorithm, you have to ask yourself, am I doing any harm using this kind of algorithm that basically put some people to slavery? For ChatGPT, for instance, they employed Kenyan labor at the cost of $2 per hour to basically ensure that the algorithm was not having bad behaviors. Those costs also create another problem. There is a huge barrier of entry to use AI algorithm. So because of that, because of the cost I mentioned before, only big corporations right now are able to use AI the way it was used for ChatGPT or this kind of huge machine learning tools. It creates a centralization of power because, if only a few actors can produce massive amount of informations, they will have a big control about, what information is produced. And finally, because it's super expensive at every levels, it will also prevent journalists from creating story based on machine learning. So that's a problem. At ICIJ, we strongly believe that everything we do should be available to the public. That means the editorial things we produce, but also the technology. There is one technology that we use at the center of everything we do at ICIJ. It's called DataShare. DataShare is basically a search engine for documents. So it's not super complicated from a technical point of view. It's just, like Google, but you search into the document that we have. It's only for the journalists, only our partners can access those documents. But the technology itself, it's very handy. It can help many journalists to do their work. So we made it open source, and we did some big effort to make sure that anyone in this room can install DataShare on their own computer and mine their own documents. Why am I mentioning this during a conference about AI? It's because DataShare uses AI. One of the very common usage of AI, you probably don't know about it, is computer vision. It's basically algorithms that are able to recognize characters in an image. And DataShare use computer vision to extract from images text that can be then searched through this search engine. It also uses AI to build natural language processing and more precisely named entity recognition. So because of, thanks to those algorithms, we are able to recognize people, organization, locations, and very soon much more kind of entities. And so this is all helping the journalists to do their research in the documents, and this is a way to use AI at a much lower cost than the thing I mentioned before. Finally, there is another tool that we built that we made open source pretty recently, which is the technology we use during the Luanda leaks. So basically, if you use DataShare for your project, you can also have the challenge to translate those documents. And so we created a technology that allows you to translate in mass many documents using many servers if you need to, through this tool. It's a command line tool, so it's a little bit technical. That's why I put it in this black window. But if you have, a tech person in your newsroom that can help you, for them, it's going to be easy. So I guess that would be my final advice. If you want to use AI, make friends with the developer in your newsroom that is willing to help you use this technology to do journalism. And so I think that's it for me. So if you have any questions, I think we have some time left.
Thank you so much. Actually, I took a lot of notes. I think this is all going to be very useful. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about a Pershing. At the moment, for instance, I'm working with a huge amount of documents, and I think it would be really interesting to understand how it works and how do you feed documents to it and how it translates it into information that you can read. Thank you.
Well, thanks to you. So yes, Apertium is good because it's very easy to install and it's very fast, very fast. So if you have a lot of documents, it's a good choice. But the translation itself is not great. So currently we use another technology, in fact, that is available in this open source tool, and it's called Argos Translate. It's basically a Python tool that is much more efficient to translate things. And it's slower, yes, but it will give you good translations. The challenge is always how do you scale, because if you have only 10 pages to translate, it's better to ask someone to do it for you. In that case, that's why we created this technology, to be able to use it on many servers at the time and doing it in a timely manner. So to explain you a little bit how it works without going into the detail, it's basically a command line tool. So you open a terminal, you install this program, and then you give it the text you need to translate, and it's going to generate the translation version. And then this tool is able to save that translation into a search engine. So it's not for everyone, but again, make friends with developers if you're not a developer yourself.
Thanks. It's Louis Goddard from Datadesk. Really interesting talk. Mostly focusing, I guess, on sort of use of AI for processing unstructured data. I wondered if at ICIJ you'd experimented much yet with the sort of some of the newer models have some capability to deal with structured spreadsheets or tables and generate SQL queries on those. Is that something you're interested in looking at, or you've done any experimenting with so far?
So yeah, we do use some generic models to help us to build SQL queries or this kind of stuff. But when it comes to extracting structured data, it's much better to use our own homemade models, because basically the generic models do a lot of errors still. And as I said, we cannot allow that. We need to check everything. And if we use a generic model that is going to generate, only half of it that is true, it's going to be a problem for the journalists working on the investigation. So we use our own models, and we have a much, much higher quality when dealing with unstructured data.
Thanks.
A little bit of a journey for me, sorry.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, so you explained very well how you kind of go through and verify the things that were identified, kind of filtered out through the AI model, but do you have any practices for identifying what it might miss? So for example, if there are things that it's not catching, are there any techniques that you would use to try to identify if there's something that wouldn't be caught in the data that it's filtered out so that you don't miss kind of an important piece when you're doing that research?
So we don't have secret techniques to do that. Unfortunately, we still have to review everything manually. And I guess the thing I showed before, the Prophecies platforms, is not only helping us to identify if something is correct or not, but it can also be used to review things that are not classified by the algorithm. So I guess, you know, the only thing you must care about is defining your workflow and making sure that you can do it in mass. So before Prophecies, we were using Google spreadsheets because we were able to share it with many data journalists, and then they were able to check one by one each row. But with Prophecies, we kind of modelize the whole workflow, the whole process, to make sure that we were not missing anything. Sorry, I think the mic is... It's on now. No.
Oh, we'll take another mic. Sorry for that. Let's try this one.
So it's all about tech there, and it's not coming. But I was interested, Phil Chamberlain from the University of Bath, you're looking at AI when you receive documents. I'm just wondering whether you've looked at anything about using it to actually go out and gather. We were interested in developing areas around automation around freedom of information requests. I was interested about that, implants files with the huge volume gathered there, and whether you'd looked at how you might approach that. I guess you do that automated scraping as part of it as well, and I may be using the term AI too loosely for that, but that automated going out to grab the documents before then actually looking at them, is that something you've been looking at?
Not yet. To be honest, we were not able to do that, mostly because of the cost, because this kind of operation require much more firepower than what we have. And when you work with your own set of documents, you know in advance what's going to be the cost. You know in advance how many documents you're going to have to analyze. So we never use AI to extract data or find documents from the internet, but I mean, we are getting progressively there, mostly because the costs are getting down. So yes, one day, yes.
Thank you. I've been working on policies to counter disinformation before what I'm doing now, and we know that one of the techniques for state agencies or big corporations to disinform is to make available a huge set of files of original documents within which they would inject some fake documents. With the current state of the art, you think that the technology is able to detect these differences in fake documents? It's still too early.
No, it's not, and it's a big worry, yeah. That's also why I mentioned the fact that because AI is currently, where is it, only owned by powerful actors, it creates, a big problem because they can generate a lot of information and then a lot of noise and a lot of things that even with great technology we cannot tackle yet. In our case, when dealing with documents we got from leaks, the security against that is always fact-checking. And very often people think that because we got an email saying that someone is involved in a tax evasion scale, we're going to publish about it. In fact, it's not like that. We have to fact check this information from many different sources. And this way you can mitigate the risk of using something that is produced by an algorithm. And so that's the only solution we have right now. And I think this will always be the solution for journalists. You know, we have to check many times which kind of information we publish. Thank you very much.
Am I going the right direction? Yes, I am. So thank you very much once again, Pierre. It was, well, very teaching, at least for me. I've happened to learn a lot. We can now take a coffee break. We will meet here again at 2 p.m. and online also. This room will be live streamed with a discussion on the ethical dilemmas of investigative migration. And Lutz will be in the other room, in the seminar room, across the hall, with Charlotte Alfred and Louis Godard to untangle supply chains. See you soon. nobody here has lifetime, I love you. This is the dream panel.
Let's wait for it.
I'm already satisfied. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, friends, welcome to the first panel of the Uncovered 2023. Well, migration has surely been one of the most pressing topics in Europe in the last decade, and reporting on migration surely comes with certain ethical dilemmas for investigative journalists. We are joined by 4 cross-border journalists focusing on migration, and we will be seeking an answer to the question, where does the public interest lie, and where does that of migrants begin? The session is moderated by dear Elena Ledda. Elena is an independent journalist practicing constructive and solutions-focused Slav journalism from a feminist perspective. She's a professor of ethics and social issues journalism and a journalism project manager at the Oasis project. So the floor is yours, Elena.
Thanks a lot. Now, okay. Good morning. Thanks a lot for organizing the event and for having us here. As Dennis was saying, I'm an independent journalist and I teach ethics from an intersectional perspective. And I'm from Sardinia, which is something I'm really proud of and I always say it. And recently I've been coordinating the IJ4 EU-funded project called Bankers of Irregular Migration, which is an investigation about the use of the millennia-old informal banking system called Hawala in the payment of the migration routes from Iraqi Kurdistan toward Western Europe. And this was an investigation that made me think a lot about the ethics of what we're doing, about what the public interest is or should be of highlighting and exposing the functioning of systems like this one. And this is the reason why I'm here today. With me, Stanislav Ivashkevich, investigative journalist at BIG, the Belarusian Investigative Center. It's the country's only outlet specialized in investigative journalism, and among others is a member of the OCCRP, the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project. Between 22 and 23, Stanislav has been leading an investigation about who's profiting from the massive illegal border crossing from Belarus into the EU and on the possible links between these facts and the Belarusian authorities. Ben Hinrichs is a freelance journalist from Germany based in Barcelona. And he mainly covers migration, but also global far right, among others, and mainly collaborates with Dizite and Crowd Reporter, together with colleagues Elena Rodriguez Gomez, who's here, and another colleague who's not here now, whose name is Sandra Abdulbaki. They have been working on an investigation, also an IG4 EU-funded investigation, which is going to be published soon, about sexual violence against asylum seekers. And Tina Xu is a videographer, she's many things, videographer, designer, writer, and photographer based in Berlin. And she creates in-depth, immersive, multimedia experiences. Recently, she has been coordinating a cross-border investigation with another 10 colleagues, total 10 colleagues in 8 countries, for a VR interactive about the proliferation of unmarked graves of people who lost their lives to come to Europe. So, my first question to you is if when you cover migration, you ever wonder if by exposing the actions of some actors or some system functionings that deal with how people try to cope with the absence of legal migratory routes, you might unwillingly be benefiting the same stakeholders who created the unequal system of mobility? Or if you think this is a question that we should not pose, because we as journalists have the duty to give our audience all the information, and if we don't we lose our credibility and also leave the space open for others, for instance, for extremist groups to fill this space with their own narratives.
Thank you. So we actually had a funny story. Our investigation was about the Belarusian route of illegal migration into the EU. And we tracked down some of the companies that deal with making the visas for the migrants from Syria and from Iraq, and tracked them down to top army and border guard officials. One of the border guards we found to have had three passports, three functioning Belarusian passports, so 2 of them were cover-up passports. And we estimated the cost. They do currently about 1,500 of what we managed to see, 1,500 people they move per month, with an approximate price of $8,000 per person. And this is how it functions when they cross from the Belarusian border into the EU. And once they're in the EU, in Poland, there is an Uber-like system. So they openly advertise that they look for drivers to drive the migrants into Germany. And they offer high pay, and people who do it, they risk jail terms of several years. And they quite openly talk about these risks. And then people go to an anonymous Telegram group, and if that person is a spy of the authorities or of investigative journalists, like it was in our case, then the damage is localized to small groups that they give you the specific locations for. So once we've published this story, we had a source who actually filmed all the process of driving these migrants from the Belarusian-Polish border to Germany. So that driver, they figured out who he is, they removed him from all these groups, but the coordinator came to the comments of our YouTube video to advertise him looking for drivers, for offering 2,000 per person to actually drive. So this is, well, we were quite shocked to see it at how this person was taking advantage of this opportunity. But generally, yes, definitely, when we expose these schemes, we also kind of advertise them. But yeah, I guess there is nothing we can do here, and all we can do is to try to go as deep as possible into these schemes to impose an extra cost on them and to make them at least a little bit less attractive comparing to the legal routes.
So as Elena said, I'm here with one of these IJ4EU projects. We are 10 journalists working in 8 regions across the EU, looking at this proliferation of unmarked graves of people who lose their lives coming to the EU. And I think in light of this question, we designed our investigation specifically around this idea of accountability, or who are the actors that we want to try to hold to account through our investigation. So for example, like these graves, they exist all along EU's external borders, along the Mediterranean, also along the Balkans and Eastern Europe, and we are looking at all these areas. But we had, for example, this debate in our team of, okay, we went to Melilla in Spain on the border to Morocco. There are these graves in Melilla, and right over there on that hill is the graveyard in Nador, on the Moroccan side. And do we focus, do we cross the border and also tell this story about all of these graves that are also here, or do we focus, say, just on the Spanish side of the border? Yeah, and yeah. Also here with us is another member of our team, Barbara. Sorry, we just locked eyes. Yeah, so, but ultimately we decided that we designed our investigation around specifically an EU resolution saying that there should be this organized, coordinated EU effort to identify bodies and to make that information accessible to victims' families. And if we want to start from this point, then we are trying to show all of the ways that this resolution is not being upheld. And so that involves looking at like a variety of different actors from within this system, within the EU, whether it's like the coroners or the forensic experts or the doctors or the Coast Guard or the police who fail to uphold this law. So starting from this point, we like tailored our investigation around trying to hold these actors responsible. And so it doesn't involve as much of the actors that Elena described.
Thank you. That's actually very interesting. I think together with Elena and Sandra, we also have been trying to design our investigation, which is about sexual violence against asylum seekers at the EU borders. So it's a very sensitive topic, and I think we also have been trying to do it in the most ethical way. But there certainly have been certain dilemmas that have been coming up, and certain questions that we had to face and pose ourselves. And maybe just to give you an insight into one, so one of the stories that we have been looking at and that we're going to publish is about sexual violence committed by smugglers, which is something that as a story can be, or we have been discussing it actually, that can be instrumentalized also, for example, by far-right parties, which are on the rise all over Europe. And we have been thinking about, okay, what's an ethical approach to actually tell these stories, because I think we still have to tell these stories which are happening, but in a way that provides context. And I think that's in that case very important, for example, to talk about, or when we talk about sexual violence committed by smugglers, we also have to talk about the system of pushbacks that creates an environment in which people are more vulnerable towards sexual violence by smugglers. So, for example, if a person tries to cross the border, let's say between Serbia and Hungary, and gets pushed back, and then maybe this person doesn't have enough money to pay another border crossing, but also can't really go back from Serbia to their country of origin, that creates circumstances in which this person might be more vulnerable towards sexual exploitation, for example. But we think that it's essential to provide that context in our reporting. So kind of like to make our ethical dilemmas and the context a bit transparent, if that answers your question a bit.
Thanks a lot for sharing. I think you said many interesting things. For sure, one is the risk of instrumentalization. Like you made an example from one actor, but sometimes it's also the same EU who can somehow be benefiting from our investigation. Like I refer also to the case of the Hawala system. So we explain how people pay for their trips through this informal banking system. So are we doing Frontex a favor is a question that I've asked myself. In your case, it was like the people were benefiting economically, but it can also be symbolic or other kinds of instrumentalization. And I think that giving context and somehow complicating the narrative could be a strategy. I agree with you. I also think that thinking about the ethics since the beginning, as you did, is also like, for me, a very useful strategy, because sometimes we are really busy, we want to work, we want our investigation to start, we want our donors to be happy, we want many things, and sometimes we perhaps don't take this time at the beginning to say, okay, let's sit and like, what my idea of the ethics, what's yours, and what's a common one that we can have. So the next question would be like, what specific decisions you make to ensure an ethical coverage, if we can call it like this, in terms of like choice of angle. You said already something, so perhaps if some of you want to start, and then if there's something else. So choices, specific choices in terms of angle, team to work with, sources, format, perspectives, and language.
So one of the issues when covering migration is different for investigative journalism, because usually you know exactly what public good is, what public bad is, and what the public good you're trying to support. In the case of illegal migration, there is no clear thing there, because on the one hand there is the weaponization of illegal migration, on another side there are these migrants with their own life stories who are being treated quite cruelly by the border guards, both on the Belarusian side and the EU side. So there is no clear answer we can give our readers, like, okay, so what should the authorities do? Just let all the migrants go into the country, or where is the limit between country's right to somehow defend its borders and the human rights of the migrants? So this is a very difficult case where there is no clear answer, and where we should be really trying to cover it as fully as possible, to definitely pay a big attention to the human angle.
Can you name one specific strategy that you implement to make it clear to your audience? Like, I don't know, in terms of the sources that you decide to rely on, or the language or the format. Is any tip that you found useful to cover these complex topics? If you can think of one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're specialized on investigations of corruption, and the angle was there, the corruption in the corrupt incomes in the Belarusian of the Belarusian border guards and army officials from this scheme. And what is not usual for specialized investigative journalists outlets like ours is to give almost half of the story to the human angle. This is what we don't normally do, and this is what we have done in this case.
So our investigation started as a project about these unmarked graves. They're often, I don't know, rocks in a field, in a forest, or along some train tracks. At some point we discussed it, and we were like, but what are the protagonists of our story? Are they like these rocks? Okay, we are trying to quantify them, but like really, who are the protagonists? And so in order to like portray like the significance behind, like, okay, these rocks are a symbol for like deaths that occurred where there was not any successful effort made to identify the victim, but the ones who are really suffering from this phenomenon are the families who are searching for their loved ones who have disappeared. And so I think gradually we shifted from focusing on graves specifically to really centering the experiences of these families themselves and all of the obstacles that they face along the way of this search process. That said, centering the families, like at some point, there is a journalist that I really admire. His name is Ismail Einashi. And I had the chance to ask him, like, do you have any advice for us carrying out this investigation? What do you think are like things that we should take into consideration? And he said two things. One is he affirmed, like, yes, I think you definitely need to center the voices of the families in this process, because of course we also interview so many like forensic doctors, like morticians and so on, who are all a part of the process, but the really like core of who is affected the most are the families. And the second thing that he said when we were already months into our investigation was, how are you involving the communities who are affected by this in your reporting itself? And that was something that I think challenged us, because we are a group of 8 journalists. We are funded by a grant. You know, we don't have additional money to spend, but as we're on the ground and working to meet families and talk with families, it does become like apparent that, like, you know, in the end you do need to go through interpreters, or there is like a, there were cases where I did feel like it would be, like, I wish that we could had more resources to also bring in like more people who are working on the ground directly, who have like already relationships of trust with the people who are so central to our story, to do this kind of reporting. We did make a few decisions related to, I guess, language or focus. So one was that we are not as interested in the question of why people come. So some people say, like, oh, we need context, like, oh, what was happening in their country that caused them to leave? Was it, oh, but it was like mostly economic, okay, maybe we don't want to like focus on this. But for us, we're looking at like whether the rights of bodies are being upheld to be identified, to be have their forensics taken and so on. And so for us, like everyone has the right to seek asylum. And so we are not asking, like, we're not treating differently the body of a Sri Lankan man found in Lithuania versus a Syrian man found in Greece. So that was one decision that we made. Yeah, a second, I guess, practice was in framing these conversations with families. We tried, like, they're very difficult conversations. They're with people who have gone through this trauma of losing a loved one. But we are trying to frame the conversation not only in terms of like what they've lost, but also like their own resilience or what they've learned in the whole process. There was one man who said, yeah, I lost my son, and in these 10 years I have gained, if nothing else, a lot of patience in his continued search.
No? Yeah. Then we don't need to switch all the time. I was thinking with your question about two specific topics that came up. One, which is, I mean, since our investigation has been touching sexual violence, is to not how to not re-victimize people through our language, through our reporting, but also not through our ways of conducting interviews, for example. So I think we have been trying in our stories to, even though sometimes we need to be very explicit about certain situations, to also focus on moments of resistance, I would say, like where people express their agency, basically. And I think that was one decision that we've been trying to make, like, okay, how can we show people's agency in these stories, which are very difficult to navigate. And the other one, I would say, which is something that we've been dealing with a lot, was concerning how to conduct interviews in a trauma-informed way, which sometimes, especially as freelance journalists, especially if you're like with a grant on the ground, you don't have that much time maybe, can be difficult because usually, I mean, you need to make people be in control of their stories. You need to have time. You also don't want to pressure anyone to tell anything. So sometimes maybe you are confronted with a situation that means that you don't get from an interview what you had thought of beforehand, which might influence your reporting process. But at the same time, I think it's important to think about how to do interviews ethically, or for example, I don't know, I'm a man, so how to make sure that we're always two persons, and that if anyone is uncomfortable with me being there, it can be expressed, I can go out. That's like, all of that touches, I think, on the question of how to do in-depth interviews that allow for conclusions and that allow for investigative reporting, but at the same time do it in an ethical way. Do you want to have one of our microphones?
Okay. Thanks a lot. Some of the ideas that have impressed me of what you said is that especially when we have no clear line between what is public interest or who's, yeah, I was going to say what's good and bad, but this is not the thing, but just for us to understand each other, like the human angle is especially relevant, because then it's also like the way people empathize with our stories. And at the same time, I think it's a very interesting idea, the one that Tina said about be open to shift, like not get stuck to my previous idea. Centering on families' voices, involve the communities are all really important things, and also is a way to not re-victimize, show the resilience strategies. That's also ethical itself, because when we only tell like what's not working, we are not being ethical in the sense that we're only telling half of the truth, half of the reality. So we have been doing this for long time. Now there's all these solutions and constructive movements saying, look, if you only focus on what's not working, you are not being ethical in a way, because as I said, you're only telling half of the truth. And it's not always possible, but at least always trying to focus on the resilience strategies. I think it's ethical itself as a practice. And related to what Tina was saying, then my question to you be, how do we avoid, especially in migration coverage, parachute journalism, and how do we ensure that, that there is representation of inclusion of local journalists of the story we're telling, and also of journalists with a migration background who can really help us telling stories that need to be told. In a way, Westerners say, how do we decolonize our journalism, and who has to do this? Like, who's responsible to decolonize our journalism?
Well, for us in the Belarusian Investigative Center, it has been a revolution in being part of the OCCRP network, GIGN network, all the international networks, where you have immediate contact with partners from all over the world when investigating a cross-border story in every part of that country. So yeah, I guess the answer is in modern journalism and dealing with complex issues is the importance of the network is becoming higher and higher.
So earlier this year, I was part of also an EU-funded project called Reframing Migrants in European Media. And for this project, people brought together, or the organizations that were hosting it brought together 10 journalists from migrant backgrounds to get together and write another publication about other journalists or newsrooms that are migrant-led. And I think these are like really, there were a lot of practices that we learned from like these newsrooms that I think could be more widespread. For example, there was one newsroom that we talked to called Giti News, based in Paris, and they were funded by a bunch of journalists from different backgrounds of exile. And they decided they wanted to write about exile, but like all together from a like in Paris, but different backgrounds kind of perspective. And so for this, they created a model where they pair one journalist from the local community with a journalist from a community of exile, and then they do like reporting together. And the kind of, I think, journalism that came out of these collaborations was a lot more, I guess, a lot more like nuanced in some ways, or reflected, or like built off both perspectives. And both perspectives were important in this case. I think that if we were to design our project again, or if we have an opportunity to expand it. Like I sat next to Zara here, who works for an association of exiled journalists based in Frankfurt. There's so many of these kinds of organizations around Europe, and I think it would have made our job a lot easier if we had journalists who spoke the main languages of the people that we were trying to speak to. And not just the language competency, but also like all of the other competencies that go along with it.
Yeah, very big question, important question. I think if I would summarize what we as freelancers, like looking at freelancers, what we can do to gain a practice which is towards like avoiding parachute journalism, I would probably say there's like three main ingredients, which is time, context, and collaboration. Like first of all, I think investigative journalism usually is not inherently maybe not as drawn towards parachute journalism as other types of reporting, because usually for investigative journalism you need time, and I think if you have that time, if you can manage to be on the ground in a specific place for a longer period of time, that already helps. Then the second point would be context, like really be involved in the context that you talk about, that you report on. And the third one, collaboration. That's why we're all here in a certain way, because we're talking about cross-border collaborations. And I think collaborating with journalists, freelance journalists from different countries, from different backgrounds across borders is probably the main ingredient to avoid parachute journalism in a certain way, I would say.
Can I add something quickly? So I will say that of our team of 10 journalists for this grant iteration, everyone is like based in the country where they are reporting from, and I don't think that we could have done it, the work that we did, if this were not the case, because especially dealing with these very complicated like medical and legal systems, where every country has a completely different protocol and process and authorities and administrations for dealing with from bodies to burial. It would have been impossible if we didn't have people like on the ground who really deeply understood those local processes, and we had to have like for example, a completely different methodology for each country as well. So that was crucial.
Yep. So of course, time is always what makes like one of the first things that makes the difference between like a valid job and not a valid job. But sometimes, as Tina was saying, you really need to rely on local journalists, which is also like an ethical choice itself, because sometimes we count on fixers who are like getting like a random amount of money, then they don't get recognition, they're nowhere to be seen. So yeah. And perhaps being like using like taking the chance of having networks like the OCCRP is for sure like a good luck to be used in this context. I would open the floor to questions if you have any before moving on. Does anyone want to say something, ask something?
Thank you so much for your presentations. It's really impressive, the work you do. I was wondering, do you reflect on the outcome of your investigative journalism before you embark on the project? For example, do you think how would this story be used, or how would this the information that is generated, how would affect people, or especially migrants, especially in a very skewed environment where there's high sentiments and high. It's not just about a story, and some things that Tina said very resonated with me, is that even though you're focusing on something, you still understand the context. So how do you deal with that, or how do you reflect on that?
Is this question for all of us? Who wants
I think we can try to think about the consequences of our reporting before even like starting a project, and I think it's important to do so, especially in such a volatile context. At the same time, I think we can also never know the exact consequences and the impact we have. So I think it's important to reflect on that also, maybe as a team, before you, I don't know, when you apply for a grant or when you start to collaborate, to also make sure you're more or less on the same page, and maybe the same, I don't know, the traps you want to avoid, maybe the language you want to use, different techniques you might want to include in your reporting. And I would say that reflection then can serve as a guidance throughout the way throughout the reporting process, and you can always bear that in mind. Like, okay, if we publish that story, what potential impact could it have? And I think if we do it that way, that's kind of like ideal. But you can never like avoid certain ways of being instrumentalized, for example, or the consequences that your reporting might bring. But I think it can be a very valuable guidance, for example, what Tina said, that it might make you shift your whole approach even while you're on the ground.
So to share something that I've been thinking about, but is still something that I'm chewing over, and so I would also love to hear everyone's thoughts on this. I recently read a piece that really challenged the way that I think about reporting on migration. And I wrote down this super long quote because I want to share it with everyone. So the piece is called "What is Refugee Cinema About?" It's by a Vietnamese-Canadian scholar of like war, migration, and refugee studies, and he writes about cinema, but I think you can kind of substitute like refugee stories. And something that like he wrote about essentially like two kinds of refugee stories. The first one is the kind that I'm like very used to, and I feel like I've done a lot of myself. He writes, traditional refugee stories seek to counter dominant narratives about refugees, to humanize them, to make their plight visible, to critique governments, or to provide voice to untold stories. Of course, the impulse might end up reiterating stereotypes and problematic conceptions of refugees. The second type, he writes, their politics is not about creating empathy for or dispelling negative images of refugees. Theirs is a more progressive politics that steers away from centering refugees to considering how the violent conditions they endure are made possible by a fundamentally cruel system, one that insidiously warps the citizen resident too. And he goes on to say, like, refugee stories, the best of its kind, shows us that the settled are part of the crisis, that they are the crisis, and they do not come away unscathed from the violence of migration and the violence done to refugees. Because we already know so much, too much about refugees, about how they are victimized and in need of aid, it is these stories that maneuver the focus on the world of the citizen that can push our imaginations forward. So after I read this, I kind of thought about, like, okay, in designing our project, we really wanted to focus on, like, of course, the accountability of the EU, but it also made me think of like a kind of genre of migration stories that I am like more and more excited about personally, and those are the ones that ask like how the refugee like crisis is, as he says, like a crisis on both sides. It like dehumanizes not just the refugee, but also like people along the borders, like actually everyone who is implicated in this like this whole like rather cruel system. So I wanted to share a few stories that I felt like exemplified this. So recently, I heard again a talk by Jose Bautista from Por Causa, based in Madrid, and he's done investigations on Frontex, where he asked, like, similarly to you guys, like, we all know who loses from migration, but who benefits from it. And a year after that, I think they did a follow-up story where they actually interviewed Frontex guards who were part of the like Melilla, what happened in Melilla, and a lot of them wrote about how they were like there's high demoralization in their job, about how there's high turnover, about how no one wants to be like dispatched to Melilla, or like about mental health struggles even within Frontex. And I thought, like, I don't know, that's an entirely new angle. Like, okay, like of course we all know, like we've seen the videos of like piles of people next to a fence, but we haven't seen the dehumanization goes both ways. Yeah, another example was one by Barbara interviewing the border guards in Croatia who were involved in pushbacks. And a third one is also from another member of our team, Gabriela Ramirez, who just yesterday published a story based on a lot of the reporting that she did for this project about the toll on like border workers on the Poland-Belarus border, and the kind of price that they pay in terms of the normalcy of their lives or their mental health in doing this work. Like, for example, like one of the quotes that struck me the most was that one person talked about like having to look in the forest for dead bodies because there are very few official actors who do this, and finding a body in the midst of a field of a certain kind of flower. And now every time he sees this flower, he like shudders and he thinks that it's going to lead him maybe possibly to a dead body or something terrible. And so stories like this, I feel like, of how normal people, like even one of the people she interviewed who works on the border is a 16-year-old boy who is in high school, like about how everybody's humanity is compromised on both sides of this crisis.
Well, probably the result of our investigation was that they put some more army on Poland put some more army on the border with Belarus. It coincided with the release of our investigation. So they've strengthened the border, but basically the other side to it is that what they do better now is beat these migrants back into Belarus, where they're being beaten back into trying to cross the border as well. So this is obviously the on top of the positive externality, which is possibly the decline in the incomes of these smugglers, there could be a negative externality, and this is something that we should probably cover. The Polish also border guards became much more strict about enforcing the no-go zone around the 10-kilometer mile or 30-kilometer zone by close to Poland. So yeah, it's definitely something to think about, that when there is on top of the positive externality, there is a negative one. The best a journalist can do is devote an investigation to that as well. It's not in our pipeline yet, but this is something we would like to do.
Thank you. The things that I've written down here when listening to you is, on the one side, the importance of reflect on the future consequences of what we do. Even if we cannot control anything, it would be useful for sure, at least like to share with the others how we see things and what our fears and what we want to avoid and what we want to get. And on the other side, this idea of course, we need to center on the protagonist, but sometimes, and this is applicable to other topics as well, I think about like gender-based violence, for instance, when we put all the focus on the so-called victim, or even if we call her survivor, but still, in this case, refugees, we're kind of like looking at the finger and not at the moon, and even giving too much responsibility for the solution of the problems to those suffering the most. While when we go to the whole system and the why things are happening, and kind of explain how this injustice system is affecting everybody, even if not the same way or with the same consequences, I think we do something that can be like comprehensive in a way, and yes, doesn't put all the responsibility on refugees in this case. And I was wondering if there's more questions before I ask my next question. Anyone? Yes, two. Actually, one there. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Maya. I'm a reporter in Portugal. And Benjamin mentioned it about the interviews, and that's something that really worries me. And I've reported on migration too, and I try to give space to people, like you said, and I try to make them feel empowered, and I ask them about things that are not the tragedy that we are supposed to be addressing, because people are much more than that. But I would like you to share, how do you conduct those interviews? Maybe Tina has something to say too, but how do you do that? How do you try to make people feel comfortable and empowered and at ease to share with you such difficult moments without re-victimizing or doing that the least possible? Thank you.
All right. Yeah, I think, I mean, just to share some personal experiences from the interviews that we did, which were very specifically about the experiences of sexual violence. I think, I don't know if there's like a way to actually do these interviews in a way that would comfort people, because it's not. It'll be distressing, and I think the best we can do is to create circumstances in which the interview partner feels as comfortable as possible to express their desire to maybe have a break, to end the interview, to not talk about certain situations. For example, like when some interviews we did, or basically in all the interviews that we did, we like try to, first of all, look for a place that this person can decide which place we are talking in. So they can invite us to their homes. We can do it in a different setting, in, I don't know, maybe a lawyer's office. But that's one thing. And then, first of all, before even starting, like we always try to express very clearly, look, you can tell us what you want to share. You know why we're here, and people wanted to share their stories. So we're not going to pressure you for anything. If you need a break, you can tell that. If you, I don't know, in 10 minutes feel like you know what, I don't want to share it anymore, it's fine. that's what I was talking about earlier, that sometimes these interviews, if you try to make them as ethical as possible, they can of course like complicate your reporting because you have some time pressure, etc. But if I would kind of like break it down, I think it's important, especially if we talk about something like sexual violence, to really try to do your best to make your interview partner feel in control of the situation, of the narrative, and then also after the interview maybe to check in with people to I think Elena, for her story, just like last weekend, had a call with one of the protagonists, like to just check in, how's everything going, include the community in the way that you then publish your story. And just also be very clear about what you think of doing with the story, and think or ask whether that's okay for them. I don't know, I mean, maybe you mentioned Ismail, and I think the DART Center has like very important guidance on how to do trauma-informed reporting, and it'll still be rough and distressing for the other person, but I think there's at least ways to like make it more ethical.
I also wish I knew more. This makes me think back to even last week. We were, some members of our team, myself and Gabriele Cruciata, we were in Lampedusa. It was the 10th anniversary of the October 3rd, 2013 shipwreck, and a lot of families had returned to commemorate this 10th anniversary, to honor their memory and like throw flowers into the sea, and also to like continue to speak about their, like many of their loved ones whose bodies still haven't been found. And so the families who make it there, the NGO that organizes this whole thing, like makes sure that they like ask who is open to speaking with media, and then provides interpreters as well. And so we thought like it's very difficult to find families who actually do want to talk about this, but here's maybe one occasion where like families are ready to share. So we came here, but actually there was one, like a mother and a father that we interviewed, and that morning, like all of these media arrived because it was the day before, and we had arranged to meet with them at 10. Like we spent the night before that just walking like with them along like the beach, like eating some pistachios together. It turned out like one of the, like their children married a Chinese woman, so they made me like FaceTime with their like daughter-in-law, and I thought that we had built like something of a, like a relationship where like the next day we could like sit down and have a conversation. But that morning, all these journalists arrived, and we had arranged to meet with them in the morning, but actually everyone just pulled them aside and said like, oh, we want an interview with you, talk to us for 3 minutes, 10 minutes, like however long. So actually we said, okay, we'll wait till the end because we want more time with you. But before us, they spoke with 4 different media, each for like very short, and people just stopping them and being like, oh, like, hey, yeah, here's a mic, please tell us about how like your son is dead. And they repeated the story basically 4 times over until they got to us. And then they kind of just like in this situation broke down. And then in that time, I felt very like, as journalists, we had just kind of seen them as like a voice for our piece, like a 3 to 10 minute audio segment, and we hadn't like taken care enough of like making sure that they like had time to rest, or didn't have like too much going on in too short of a time, that they were cared for. And so I like also really regret how this went, and I'm also trying to figure out like what are better ways that we can do this.
If I can add also something, what we only learned way too, like when we were already in Greece and doing interviews, and I think that's something, if we would do our project again, we might have chosen a bit of a different approach, because we mostly interviewed people in Greece, for example, and even though some of these people had already a residence permit and were kind of like in more or less secure circumstances, we anyway still thought, okay, for one of the stories that we did, maybe it would have been better to contact, I don't know, all the respective organizations in Germany as a destination country, and try to only like speak to sources in Germany, so people who might have already reached kind of like the end of their journey and who might have been in Germany for 3 years, so people like who are in a more secure environment that doesn't necessarily remind them of what happened in that specific situation. And that's something, for example, we thought about it too late, and that's something we didn't do in the beginning.
There was a question there, and then two more here.
Hi, so my question I think kind of leads on from this a bit because it's still about like relationships to sources. And I think for me personally, and what I wanted to ask you guys maybe to share some of your insight, like what I find hardest on maybe on an ethical level is actually not what we've discussed so far, which is kind of ethically approaching like your on-the-ground trip, your interviewing techniques, how you write, the type of language that you use to tell certain stories. But actually it's like the aftermath of when the reporting process is supposedly over, and all these sources that have gifted you your stories in the hopes that you'll do something meaningful with them. Like how do you on a personal level as a journalist handle kind of the end or not the end of that relationship, and maybe that lingering sense of I want to say responsibility almost to your sources and to their stories when supposedly your job with them technically is done, but then for me, from my personal experience, I never feel like it's quite done, and it's something that I struggle with all the time of like what do we do now? Like what do I owe you? What do I owe your story? Even now that technically I've published and our professional relationship is over. I don't know if you guys have any insight into that.
Well, in our experience, it's usually the journalist who gets very involved emotionally with, especially with the victim of something. So we obviously, as editors, have to put a stop to something that to what the journalist feels that he owes, because he doesn't. But well, we tolerate when sometimes the journalist just put some efforts together to arrange something that could help that person. So we tolerate that. But as an editorial room, our task is more at making it clear to the journalist where it ends, where this relationship should end professionally.
So where should it end?
Well, it ends. It ends at the end of the story. So you owe that person to make the best job with that story, and you as a journalist are not responsible to afterwards to do advocacy and push the results further.
I think when the journalistic relationship ends, then you just have a human relationship. And in a lot of ways, for me, this is like a sigh of relief, because it's a lot more of a taut relationship as a journalist source than just two humans. Like we can go eat somewhere, we can hang out, but just as humans now. And there's no pressure of like, oh, but I want to interview you, or you want to like protect something of yourself from me. So I actually savor that. I think there's also this question of like when do you decide that a story ends? Because I personally had trouble with this in one case where I interviewed a like young Afghan man, and then at first like we had like these very extensive interviews about his journey in particular, but then I realized like getting to know him more and more that like equally this story of like how he was like in UK society or struggling with bureaucracy or like with mental health, this whole host of other things like housing, education were like also like interesting stories. So actually I had like this other case where I felt like, okay, like the interview, like, I don't know, the story isn't over for a really long time. So that was one where I spent like 7 years trying to like, I don't know, follow him over this span of time to write one story in the end. But even after this story, we are still friends.
I agree with what you said, that when the journalistic relationship ends, then it's a human relationship that starts. And I think one thing that we actually kind of like are responsible to do also is in the beginning, when you first check in with your interview partner, with your source, when you get to know each other, to also be very transparent about your role and about the things that you can do and the things that you cannot do. because I think that makes it in the end easier to then kind of like create a human relationship without different expectations of what you're gonna do now. So I think that's one very crucial thing to, like, in the beginning, be very transparent about why you're there and what you're gonna do, and with all of that, and also talk about it, like open the discussion with your interview partner about maybe what they expect from you, and just to have a debate about it. But yeah, that's.
I'm sorry.
Hi. Well, my question is also related to what we've been talking about, and in a way it's been kind of addressed. So you've been discussing about how to empower the sources, how the relation continues or doesn't continue after. I was also wondering, so not just in the newsroom, but when you're working on a project, do you also have guidelines to establish boundaries with your sources? Because they are like very sensitive stories. So has this been the discussion, and yeah, what has been your experience in that?
To very quickly just share my own experience, I think that's also very important, especially if you do like a longer reporting on the ground, and especially if you deal with very sensitive stories. And I think it's important to take breaks, to also maybe have a team where you can talk about it. We always like tried with Elena and Sandra to open the space also to talk about how are you feeling right now. I don't know, having done X interviews on such a sensitive topic. Because we definitely did notice that, I don't know, maybe it influences how you sleep, it influences what you think about in your free time. If you're longer on the ground for like longer period of time, maybe you just like wake up, first thing you do is you think about that, and you do that throughout the whole day. And I think it's something I couldn't like tell you any best practice, but I think maybe just like turn off your phone at a certain time, speak to your partners in that collaboration very openly about it, try to establish a confidential relationship where you can talk about these things, and kind of like take breaks and know your limits as well, or get to know them.
And it's not a question, I'm sorry for that. It's just a short comment, but it's quite important for me, and I think for our job as a journalist as well. Stanislav, right, said that their dilemma while they were working on that project was like how to draw a line between the interest of the country to defend itself and like a human angle aspect or whatever. I would say that that's not a dilemma. I mean, it's already solved with European legislation and many directions, European, and also with the decades and decades old UN Declaration of Human Rights. So everyone has a right to seek asylum, at least to seek, and that right is not respected all over the Europe, which is related to our project. I'm in the same project as Tina, because those deaths are not large amount of them, not all of them, of course, are not like accidental, random deaths, but they are direct consequences of the border regime in Europe, which don't respect the right to asylum. And as you said, Benjamin, about the context, that is also your context, right, for sexual harassment and assaults, and it's also ours. Sorry, it's not a question.
Thank you.
I know there's more questions, but perhaps we can talk a bit more in the next coffee break or something. No?
Or take 5 minutes from the coffee break.
I never decided.
Let's wrap it up. Yeah. Okay. Let's wrap it up. We'll have half an hour to talk about it. Please, Elena, have your 1 minute to wrap up, and then I'll conclude.
Oh, thank you very much.
Then, well. So sorry that you have a strict host. Well, we will meet again at 3:30. We will have 3 journalists reporting from the front line in Ukraine. And in the seminar room, there will be a great workshop on photographing responsibly. So make your choice and see you soon.
We're basically one person, so all good. I'm so
need to send this photo to my mother. She will be very proud, I think. Yeah, so just... Yeah.
Je vais pas vous prendre.
Wherever you want. I mean, yes. George, yes. Unfortunately, they couldn't put a presentation.
We put it already. We have put it already. Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
we did.
You told me no.
I told myself no as well, but I have a great comms team behind me. What can I do? Is it okay? We start in 2 minutes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you see the clicker?
Here.
Okay, all right. You can have it. Just whenever you start.
So we do it in this order.
Yes. So the first presentation by Elena, then me, and then Anna.
Aha, I thought you wanted to be last.
Yes, I saw, but when it was like a rush, so we just.
So okay, so you are okay. Yes, please. Ah. Oh yes, very nice. It's right. It's really good. We're sitting in not this one nice chair, but I mean this is the privilege of being on a panel. We have to work for the chairs. Oh yeah, funk. Funk, free funk. Funky.
Oh, we're done.
We can make a share.
So then I can keep the third one
Yes,
here.
yeah.
Yes, sure. Please.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, we have yet another difficult topic. War changes everything, and investigative journalism is not exempt from this change. While Ukrainian journalists are no strangers to transnational investigations, the ongoing conflict puts the relevance of cross-border collaborations in question. We are thankful to our colleagues at IPI for making this panel possible. On stage, we have Rana Marovic, the Executive Director at International Press Institute, a name with 30 years' experience in journalism, media development, and press freedom. Dear Rana, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Denise. I think this microphone is not on, so I'll take the other one until, yes, maybe new battery. So thank you very much, and I'm really honored to share the stage here together with journalists and colleagues from Ukraine who joined us after, I would say, a very long and a grueling trip to be here. But this is part of the reality of what Ukrainian journalists have to face today in order to work and collaborate across borders. So I'm very happy to have Elena Loginova, who is an investigative journalist with the OCCRP here, Anna Miryonyuk, Head of Investigations at Kyiv Independent, and George Shabayev, investigative journalist from the RFE-RL project SHEMI or Schemes. And we will talk about the challenges of investigative cross-border journalism in Ukraine, and three of them have prepared presentations, well, to walk us through some of the investigations which they conducted. And I would like to first invite Elena, who is an award-winning journalist and who has worked on, I would say, all of OCCRP's global investigations, Paradise Papers, Pandora projects. And what I found also very interesting, and I told her this morning, one of the things that you also worked on was a very fascinating documentary about killing of Pavel Sheremet, a Ukrainian journalist. And I remember first time I saw that investigation, it was absolutely breathtaking and incredible work. So congratulations on all your work, and I would thank you for joining us. And I think you would like to tell us about the story that you were working on about smuggling of Ukrainian grain into the European Union. And part of this process was about avoiding taxes in Ukraine and in this way essentially robbing Ukraine of the funds vitally needed in order to provide its own defense as well. So, Elena.
Thank you, Frana. Sorry, can we please somehow turn our presentation? It's magic, thank you. So before full-scale invasion, I was deeply involved in all money laundering investigations, dealing with offshores, companies. So I had pretty regular life, but everything changed for me and for my colleagues one day. And truly speaking, first couple of months, I was not doing any big cross-border investigations because it was impossible. We had a lot of, how to say, domestic stuff to do. But then, in one moment, my colleague, this blonde woman, Romana, from Romania, it was in summer, last summer, more than 1 year ago, she called me and said, we have some probably interesting topic. Let's do it together. Can you go to Ukrainian farmers and ask them if they are satisfied with their salaries, revenues, I don't know. I said, oh, I really don't know, Romana. We have so many things to do now and I'm very busy. And but that's the first advantage when you are working with a team. When you have someone who can look at the situation like from the bird view, and if they see that there is some problem, there is some question, and we need to find an answer. And because, truly speaking, because of personal relationship with this reporter, I said, okay, I will go to farmers. It will not take a long time for me. I will do this. When I was trying to talk with Ukrainian farmers, they said, we have no problems. Everything is okay with our revenue. And Ukrainian experts were saying, oh, you know, prices are okay also. The export money which are coming to Ukrainian budget is really important to us, so we can cover war expenses. I said, maybe that's not really the topic which I was into. But, and another question when you are a reporter during wartime, because remember, these cross-border investigations, it's very expensive satisfaction and time-consuming. And you need to spend a lot of time by planning. Again, it's money. And you realize maybe it's not the topic you want to spend a couple of months doing this. But after all, when I see all my colleagues doing frontline reporting, I realize that nobody is doing these financial crime investigations. It's not so dangerous, of course, but it's also important because it's all about money, which we need. And I ended up with a source who gave me official documents from official investigation. That was the data which then was analyzed by this woman. This is head of research department in Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project. She was also very happy to jump into this investigation, and because of passion of these two women, we made it. It took almost a year to finish this investigation, and I was not the best part of it. I mean, I did my job, but they were pushing it. They really feel that it's very important, and I'm very grateful. And this is the advantage of cross-border investigation. So she cross-checked data which I got, data which Romana got, and we got a list of importers of this black grain from Ukraine. And to my surprise, we also saw that, okay, there is corruption in Ukraine because from that grain taxes are not paid, but we also saw that European importers are using proxy companies, proxy people from psychiatric clinics. So it's corruption on both sides. And who was really having money from it? It's big agriculture companies, which then were manipulating our findings. They were saying, oh, you mix the data with everything. So they were not willing to answer our questions. They were trying to manipulate. So we end up nowhere with this story. So it's...
Just ask a quick question about this. Is this annual import or overall?
No, it's just the data from 8 months from the start of full-scale invasion. So now the situation can completely be different because they are working very quickly. While we are talking, they can invent hundreds of new companies and change everything. So the schemes, these criminal schemes, they never stop to invent it. It's ongoing process. They probably have also some conferences, I don't know. They work really quickly. Every time we are making something, of course, we want some impact. What can be impact in this story? We want farmers to get more money. We want budget to have more taxes. And, of course, we want those who are doing wrongdoing to be punished. And one character from this investigation, he proposed to find big companies outside of Ukraine because now it's impossible to do something with them inside our country. And of course, other countries should also do their own official investigations. And of course, every time, I don't know how it's happening, you see Russian trace in all bad things. But it's personally for me very strange how the guy, Russian oligarch, can make money from war in Ukraine. But this is the reality. Of course, he never commented on this story. We tried to reach him. And this is also the story how unpunished evil come back. So he was sanctioned, then he was put out of sanction list, even in Ukraine. And now we see that black grain was stored in his terminals. So this is, for me, it's very... I even don't have comments how he could do business in Ukraine. I don't know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Elena. And you mentioned the issue of the Russian oligarchs, and that quickly, immediately, easily moves me on to George's investigation, where he's talking about cross-border investigations regarding property of Russian oligarchs. But to introduce George, as I said, he's a journalist with RFE-RL's project Schemes, as you already mentioned. But maybe one interesting fact I learned this morning, that he's a part of his career is being extremely successful as an investigative journalist and has a talent for calling Russian perpetrators of war crimes to get them to talk about and admit what they have been doing live on a phone with him and admit to their crimes. So his long investigations are very well known and famous. But the one that he would like to talk about as an example of a cross-border investigation is with regards to Russian oligarchs who have been also able to circumvent sanctions in this way through the property deals. George?
Thank you so much. My name is George. Yes, I've been working for schemes for 7 years from the university. So now I'm an investigative journalist for Radio Free Europe. And we, of course, like Elena said, we just, before the full-scale invasion, we were focused on high-level corruption in Ukraine. So it's connected with members of Ukrainian parliament, Ukrainian judges, presidents, and others. So after the full-scale invasion began, we start to find some property of Russian oligarchs who has some real estate in France or in England, in London. So we just started to try to find out something more. But when we started, we understand that many journalists have already told about this property. So we start to find out some businessmen or some oligarchs that they have property and you have never heard about them. So why to collaborate? Because we done many series of investigations. It was a series of short stories about someone in Russia who publicly declared that they love the Russian world, but they have their children who studying in England, who have some property in Western countries. So we started from, for example, this guy. It's Yevgeny Yevtushenkov. Maybe you have heard about him. He is the owner of the big defense company RTI Systems, and this company supply radio equipment for Russian military, and it is very useful for them. And we find out that he had a property in London, in the center of London. So we just and how we managed to find it, because we didn't know that who is Yevtushenkov before the full-scale invasion, but our colleagues from Scanner project, they left Russia for many years ago, but they really know about them, about Russians who just are not well known, but they could have some properties. So we just try many tools, many instruments, for example, many databases, public records. So we find out that he has such property. And now you see the owner, so from the public registry. And what was the main idea to do such investigation? The idea was to just draw attention to impose sanctions of such people, such Russians, because they have key position in Russian government to, for example, supply some military equipment. So we just, and after that, what was the impact? There was a protest near this building, and it was like our main idea, the idea just to make it publicly, and then people came and they just asked to impose sanction of Yevtushenkov, and now we see the list of sanctions that his property is freezed now, so it's like a result of our investigation. So what we understood that it's important to it's important to understand what you are looking for and why, because we just started, okay, we can talk about that, but what could be the impact? Impact is that they could be sanctioned, so it's the main goal. After that, we just, with our colleagues, we're sharing tools. For example, it could be different databases from PMIs, for example, to, for example, French public registry property and others. So we just talking about that. And speaking of ideas, so we just have an idea. So maybe we can just look at this oligarch or maybe at this oligarch. So it's very helpful. It is the first case. And the second one was about Ukrainian politicians. It's members of parliament, of Ukrainian parliament, who just disappeared from public sphere after full-scale invasion started. So we decided to find out where these members of parliament now, because they are very rich and they really has ties with every government in Ukraine, because from the Yanukovych to Poroshenko and then to, in some ways, to Zelensky. So we started to find something about that. But we know from our security, from our law enforcement source, yes, so that they may be in France. So we started, or in Nice. So we started to find out if there are any villas of them. So, and after that, we asked local journalists from Nice to just watch around and to maybe to see some Ukrainian cars. So really it was useful because they found out some cars were, you know, just good cars, luxury cars with Ukrainian numbers. So we just understand that, yes, we have Ukrainian here in Nice, but we need to continue our search. So these local journalists, they find out this car. And this car, it was, after we just checked the information, this car was connected to Lyovochkine, you know, a business partner. So we just find out that it was parked near some villa in Nice, and we see that, oh yeah, we have this villa, we have these cars with Ukrainian numbers on it, so it would be helpful. So we find out that there really some life in this villa we see. So it was very useful. After that, we published the story, and also the newspaper who helped us also published their story, and in like it was a newspaper. So it was very great cooperation, cross-border reporting, because they are also interested in Ukrainian oligarchs or politicians who also have some property in their country. So it was very useful. And also we find out another members of Ukrainian parliament who also was silent from their full-scale invasion. It was Abramovich, member of parliament. We also found out that his car was in Nice too. So in cooperation with Nice meeting, we just find out this information. Yes, sorry. And what we understood that it is important to have your hands, your eyes on the spot, that you can ask them, because now many male journalists, they cannot cross the border to come to such events, yes, but and it's very useful for us, and you can verify the information you have, and then you can find out something new and talk about another story, not just about this member of parliament, but another one. So it's also very useful. And so if you have any ideas to collaborate with us, so let's do it, because, for example, yes, the first point that, like Frana said, that we can call Russians, yes, and ask them about their war crimes, about how they occupy the territory, because, you know, it's like we have a conversation and you can ask them something, not introducing yourself, and after that, after 7 minutes conversation, they ask, who are you? Who am I speaking to? So it's like, it's really, and you say, I'm Ukrainian journalist from Kyiv, Kyiv-based Radio Free Europe, and they will, what? I will shout you and other. So it's like, it's very funny. And after that, you know, we have access to very specific Ukrainian and Russian databases, so you can just have a phone number of, you know, Russian soldier, or you have a photo of this Russian soldier, and we can just find out many information about, much information about this soldier, for example, yes, where is he living, and other. So it also could be useful for you if you want to tell story about, for example, Russians, yes. And also we can film it at the front line, finding documentary evidence of war crimes or violation of sanctions. For example, we can find out the list of Russian special security service. It really happened when my colleague Valeria Yegoshina from Schemes, she visited liberated territory, and on this territory she finds some, some pieces of papers. So what is it? But it was really very useful documents and these documents were like proofs that GRU was, for example, involved in this war by just taking some prisoners to the army, to the private army, ЧВК Redut, maybe you have heard about it. So yes, it is very useful of violation of sanctions because our soldiers, there are many missiles or drones that came from the sky, and then you can just find out any details, for example, is in these drones, so you can see what equipment they use, Russian use, for example, for their military and other things. So if you want to cooperate, we can do it here, or you can yeah. So we are, yes.
Maybe just quickly, sorry, I'm going to grab that. How did you get hold of the Nismatan?
Nismatan? We just, it was the story of my colleague Maxim Savchuk. He wrote to them because it's well-known newspaper, I think. So they just really, they also were very happy to work with us on investigative projects. So, and it's like not cross-border reporting between two, I don't know, famous editorial office. It's like with like local newspaper. So I think it's really pretty good to do such work together.
It's a wonderful example that this one works. Have one? No. I mean, it's a wonderful example of just cooperation without formal framework, structure, plan, program, train the trainers, and so on. You just did it, which is wonderful. I would like to turn to Anna Mirionuk, who is the head of investigations at Kyiv Independent. And Anna also has an impressive career as an investigative journalist, and I looked at the list of awards that you have received, which would indicate that you are involved in even more investigations and journalists. And Kyiv Independent is an incredible media outlet itself that grew out of the ashes of Kyiv Post and became one of the most successful independent media houses in Ukraine. And Anna will tell us about two very interesting investigations which both are linked to the arms and arms supplies for Ukraine, one from the perspective of the EU and one arms brokers who were profiteering on the basis of war profiteers on the basis of Ukraine. So thank you very much, Anna.
Hello? Yes, hi. Not that bad with technology, to be honest, but this time it didn't work. Anyways, everybody, hello. I'm with the Kyiv Independent, as was just said, and I would like to talk about us as the Kyiv Independent and our investigative desk, as well as the stories we've done collaboratively with our colleagues, and also to walk you through some challenges that we've faced along the way. So the Kyiv Independent's investigative desk was launched in August 2022, so we are just 1 year old. And since then, we've published 13 investigations. 3 of them are documentary films into Russian war crimes, which are done by colleagues from another desk within the Kyiv Independent, which is dedicated to specifically investigating Russian war crimes. Other 10 investigations were done by the General Investigative Desk, and half of them were cross-border collaborative stories. And we've done them with the people sitting in this room, and I'm very thankful, so kudos to you. So you can see the media outlets that we've worked together. It's Lighthouse Reports, Rise Moldova, ST Express, and Counting. Delphi Estonia, of course. We've done some projects like a few stories into Russian files on how to conquer the neighboring countries like Moldova, Belarus, or the Baltic states. We've done stories on, you can see there, on Estonia's biggest charity, basically laundering money through a Lviv-based company. Of course, throughout these years, we've focused also, throughout the year, we've also focused on investigations into arms. And since May, we have become a member center, and we've been a member center of Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, OCCRP, which means that we can do even more investigative stories in collaboration with other media outlets in the future. Because previously, I think it just worked as an ad hoc collaboration kind of style, but now it's more organized, and we are very happy to work with other newsrooms on stories together. So let's delve into some stories on arms. One example that I wanted to bring up was the story actually from which our cross-border collaborative reporting started. Back in January 2023, so almost a year ago, colleagues approached us as the Kyiv Independent, saying that they have some leads on companies that are arms brokers profiteering on grenade supplies for Ukraine. And together we've discovered that there is basically a chain of companies that is for the supply of grenades for Ukraine, which are eventually brought from a company from the Czech Republic, which is well known to Ukraine, and Ukraine has had a memorandum of collaboration with this company. So this chain of companies that were the intermediaries were actually absolutely unnecessary because both companies, Ukrainian state company that is responsible for the supply and the eventual supplier, the Czech company, they've known one another for years and years, and even had this document, memorandum agreement, that was taken from their website, but we found it. So, we saw that the price for the batch of grenades, it increased with time because of the services this intermediaries provided, and one of the intermediary claimed a price tag of 30% of the deal, which was 2 million euros for the services. Which was an insane amount of money because our colleagues, they went across the market, asked arms brokers, and learned that the normal price tag for such services would be around 5 to 10%, while this company claimed 30%. So that was one example where it was an interesting story because this shipment, it took place right after the full-scale invasion started. And it was really challenging for us to learn what actually was going on. And to our disappointment, unfortunately, we couldn't learn who ordered this batch of grenades because the Netherlands government, so we had some hints that it could have been the Netherlands government. They declined, said it wasn't them. Ukraine's government said it wasn't them. So in the end, there was no way of checking it. And thus, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the challenges that we faced. Investigating arms production or arms supplies in Ukraine to Ukraine and in Ukraine is very challenging these days because, basically arms market is very secretive always. It has been like that, but now it's even more so. For example, if you need to talk to sources, my colleagues talk to arms brokers, they only agree to speak off the record. because they claim that they fear for their security, they claim to being followed, and there were attacks on arms brokers in the past in the European Union, so they fear for their lives, and that's why they don't really openly speak about the activities. Also, on another note, if you want to find documents and see what Ukraine orders, for example, you are looking for this specific batch of grenades, you go, normally you would go to the procurement system and try to find it. In Ukraine right now it's closed, so you cannot really see what Ukraine orders in order, well, like all the military procurement in general is closed in Ukraine. So either you have some source that leaks you this document, or otherwise it's almost impossible to find it. There is no public data on it. Also, sometimes there could be no document, because as we learned at the very beginning, and this batch or this shipment happened around March, if I'm not mistaken. So it was late March. It was super, or April even, sorry, early April. It was super early in the early days of the full-scale invasion. And back in the day, basically what we learned from our sources is that the system worked like that. It was no question asked policy on the borders, and Ukraine was getting, so the borders were basically closed. Nobody was watching, and what was happening there, it's probably still an interesting question to ask. But yes, sometimes it could be, the company could have no official permission for the shipment, and nobody could have checked it on the border, because at the very at that very time, at the very start of the full-scale invasion, probably, yeah, that's how it worked. Very chaotic, no documents, no question asked policy. Also, if we're talking about the freedom of information requests, which we all appreciate, I think, and something that journalists frequently use in their work. Right now in Ukraine, FOI requests became something like good old days memory, which currently just doesn't work, because if you want to file an FOI request, you are free to do it. I love FOI requests. I do it still, just for my own pleasure. But they never, but they never return back with an answer. It's just you're either getting ignored, or you receive an answer of thank you very much for your questions, appreciate your time, but no, because it's martial law. And martial law basically is a two words that are that for some reason, well, for obvious reason, officials use in order to just not give you any information that you might be requesting, and then they of course overuse it. What else? So yeah, of course, foreign officials were also reluctant to talk about military support for Ukraine, also evidently because many countries don't openly disclose what they have shipped or are planning to ship. And of course, Ukrainian officials also didn't want to talk to us about this shipment, this grenades procurement, saying that martial law is the reason, and they couldn't. So basically, it was really, really hard to trace this shipment. But what we've learned is that many companies, apparently in the European Union, saw Russia's invasion of Ukraine, full-scale invasion, as an opportunity to raise prices and to basically just make insane profits on it. Another story that I wanted to talk to you about is the project that we've done together with the colleagues this summer. Many media outlets were working on this one. Apart from the Kyiv Independent, there was Investigative Desk involved, Lighthouse Reports, Follow the Money, El Diario, Delphi, and Libération. What we've done, we've looked into ammunition production in the European Union, and we've learned that we've looked into why 1 year into full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, there was no concrete plans on how to scale up ammunition production, and no sort of an action plan how to do it. It was on paper, but it wasn't really being implemented in full. Ukraine didn't even have this plan, as far as we've learned at the time. And yeah, so basically this investigation was a really good example. I was actually very proud of our joint work with this one because we've managed to connect the dots, I think, fairly good, where, for example, the colleagues who were working across the European Union, they would collect the information from their sources, indicating that there are X, Y, and Z problems within, you know, with the way how the European Union and separate countries, members of the European Union, are addressing ammunition production problems. And then I would talk to my sources on the ground and with the military to try and see whether these problems that they highlight actually match what is happening on the ground. And what we've learned is that, for example, there was a source who said that there is no compatibility with the way with basically the specific arm, as in, let's say it's a mortar. And there is no compatibility with the mortar and the bombshells for this mortar. For example, the mortar of a specific caliber and the mortar bombs for this specific caliber wouldn't match. Weirdly, even though it's the one caliber and they should match. So, and then we came to the sources, and there were a few brilliant sources who shared a lot of information and even videos. So I'll just tell you one case study, which was mind-blowing in my own, you know, opinion, because it was horrific, awful, but also so illustrative to the problem that we had on papers. And yeah, there is no compatibility. But then we have this person telling you from his own experience as a Ukrainian mortar commander of the mortar battery of what he has to deal with. So basically, this person is a commander of the mortar battery. He has a few people working under him, around 10, and what they do, well, they fire mortars. And he said that since the very start of the full-scale invasion, when he was conscripted, they have started extensively receiving batches of mortar bombs, and they were always different, and they wouldn't often fit the mortar that they had, the Italian mortar. And once they received, well, but sometimes it would be like they won't fit, but you can adjust a little bit. But then at some point, they received a batch of Finnish mortar bombs, which were of the same caliber that the mortar they had, but they won't feed whatsoever. And there were, I think, hundreds of them, something like 400 of mortar bombs, and they had to manually grind every single fin, and there were 8 fins on every mortar bomb. Well, you do the maths. They had to really sit and do it manually.
Let's just not do the maths. I think just do the safety issue. You are taking an angle grinder to a live mortar bomb in order to make it fit into something.
Exactly. Safety issue, of course, they could have, these mortar bombs could have easily exploded in their hands. Second, it's a matter of time. So these mortar bombs, this mortar battery had to dedicate time to sit and do it instead of, you know, they're busy people. They have jobs to do. But they were doing this because, and the reason was also striking, because this commander said, I couldn't do otherwise because I had to put my safety on it and the safety of my entire team, because I knew that as a mortar battery commander, I have to provide the cover up for the infantry that are there on the very front line, and I have to, and they are counting on me, they're relying on me, and I have to provide this cover for them. So we basically, that's just one example on how this lead that we've received from colleagues who worked in the, like, all across the European Union, it really got checked with sources on the ground in Ukraine, and the soldiers, they also provided us with a video of how they do it. So it was a good illustration to this story. But yeah, rather than that, we've also, well, the story shed light on how European Union member states place themselves and their interests sometimes over the interests of the Union and Ukraine. They want the money to stay in and be spent on their own production. those companies that produce ammunition and this ammunition producers, they don't want to invest in their in opening up new lines of production, because for them it's a long-term commitment, and they won't want to risk money, because, well, if the war ends tomorrow, what's then? And they want the governments to cover the costs, and the governments don't want to cover the costs because there are elections upcoming, there are many other issues, and they just don't want to commit long-term to do the projects like that. So yeah, but the challenges we faced are pretty much the same. Secrecy all over the place once again. Not everybody wants to talk about ammunition production in Ukraine. It is even it's like a total secret. I faced so many challenges in trying to find the right person to speak to, and then to convince this person to talk to me, and then convince this person to talk to me in person, and then but well, this meeting actually was pretty productive, because I think we were the first media outlet that actually learned what the amounts of ammunition that Ukraine produces itself on its own, and we saw the documents. We were shown the documents. Of course, we couldn't cite, but we saw them, and we've learned even like what are the plans. So finding sources among soldiers was difficult, as I said, but it was really rewarding in a way, and really helpful in order to illustrate this investigation. And finding information was very much difficult. And to end up this last speech.
I think we...
Yeah, I just wanted to say that among the challenges that Ukrainian journalists are facing is not only martial law, which which very much limits your ability to access the information, no FOI requests, only on paper or in your imagination. Like many limitations, of course, due to the war. However, there are very practical things that we have to face. The winter is coming, and that is these are the pictures of our newsroom members and how we worked it is a metro station next to our office, and this is our chief editor Olga in a red hat working on a news feed when we had a massive missile attack on Kiev back in the winter. Power cuts. Russia was attacking Ukraine's power plants last winter, and they are very much about to do so once again. So that is the plan on when we have the lights off and the lights on. It was provided by the authorities, and we had it on our wall to know when we could possibly have a chance to work. And when there was no power and no lights, we just worked in a romantic atmosphere, as you can see on another picture with candles. Well, there was no romantic atmosphere. I'm just joking, but it was actually very drastic. But that's how we try to go around it. And of course, when we have no lights, obviously we have no internet and no line, no connection. So we're very grateful to have been provided a Starlink. I thought previously that Starlink is magic. You just switch it on and it works. No, we actually had to construct this pyramid in order to set it in motion, but now it's good to go. And just last one point, we also collect stories on cross-border journalism in our newsletter. It's sent out every Monday, and please do subscribe if you haven't yet. We have all the Ukraine-focused stories there, done by journalists based in Ukraine and all across the globe. And we have a selection of the best Ukraine-focused journalism there. It's like a digest. You have all the essential parts that you need to know. And that is pretty much it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anna, George, and Elena, on clarifying some of the issues that you are dealing with. I mean, just to remember, this week it's 600 days that this invasion has been going on with no sign of letting up. I have plenty of questions if nobody else has them in the audience, but I would like to give the opportunity, and I see Flutura at the back raising her hand. But yes, please, we have a few minutes, because I think it will be important to also understand some of the other pressures that you are facing. Yes, low on microphones.
Hello, my name is Flutura Kusari. I work as a legal advisor for the European Center for Press and Media Freedom. Thank you very much for being here and for sharing your stories. I go a lot in conferences, but Uncovered is special for me because I think this is one of the few opportunities where we hear from journalists, and it's not media freedom organizations talking about journalists. So thank you very much. I have a question for you, Anna. Personally, I'm engaged, like a lot of us, in supporting Ukraine in various options. We have in Kosovo journalist in residence program. We have 12 journalists from Ukraine who moved to Kosovo, and they do some reporting there. And what I've learned from them, but also following online, is that, I mean, this is something that everybody knows. It's very difficult to do journalism now. But now I think I have a bit of more insight. What we've seen is this discussion amongst Ukrainian journalists, where you have one group or some journalists who believe that this is not a time where you can hold power to account, especially your own politicians. And then you have journalists who carry on with the work. Of course, they report on the war, invasion, etc., but at the same time, they hold power to account. I follow your work. It's fascinating. How difficult is this in Ukraine now? And what is the feedback that you receive from the public? Especially if you try to be impartial, professional, etc. This is very important. And just a last comment, I have the same passion for freedom of information request. I do submit regularly in Kosovo. I filed more than 1,000. Very happy to hear that you share the same passion.
We're bonding now.
Yes. We're bonded. Thank you.
FOI.
Yes, thank you for your question and for your feedback. It's very important to hear. Thank you very much. As for the work that Ukrainian journalists, including myself, have been doing on exposing corruption in Ukraine and shedding light on mismanagement, so what I'd say is that, of course, it is challenging, and the challenges that I've highlighted in my presentation are still there, access to information and all that. But I think that, well, we've done the set of stories into corruption and mismanagement of the International Legion, which is a formation for foreign soldiers within the Ukrainian military, where the commanders were basically abusing their power extensively on many levels, and we've done that. There are other journalists in Ukraine that have done plenty of stories on the defense ministry procurement, remember, not public, so it was really challenging to find the documents, to find the sources who would leak you something from where you would be able to take the story further and find the essential information that you need. So basically, there were a few stories where Ukrainian journalists found evidence that Ukraine's Ministry of Defense were ordering some goods for Ukrainian military, as in food or clothes, at inflated prices. A few times, and that eventually led to the resignation of Ukrainian defense minister. So I'd say I am pretty happy with the work that Ukrainian investigative journalists have been doing for at least the past year, where there were so many stories looking into corruption within Ukraine, where there is any, and exposing people in power who are abusing their positions. So, I mean, in my opinion, I think we are in a good place to an extent, because I see that it hasn't been put on hold because of the Russian full-scale invasion. It is ongoing, this work is being done, and also not only on the national level, but also on the local level. There are so many talented investigative journalists in the region who are doing impressive work in exposing their own politicians on their local levels, their own officials in their cities and regions. So, which leads me to the point which I'm trying to make, that Ukraine is very different from Russia, and I think it was proved by this full-scale invasion. The democracy is still very much appreciated, and Ukrainian journalists, among other people like public activists and corruption activists, they're doing everything possible in order to preserve this democracy, because, well, it's an essential pillar, investigative journalism of the democracy. And I think that the work that has been done by investigative journalists in Ukraine shows that I think we are on our way there. And yeah.
I mean, I think it's incredible that Ukraine has, in this situation, such a vibrant media community, and the three of you are a perfect example of the type of investigations that can take place today in Ukraine. And you say this is not, but I'm sure that the challenge of being a patriot and being accused of not being a patriot by exposing these crimes is something that you are also dealing with on a daily basis.
George, do you want to talk about the intervention situation?
What is the situation?
Your judge.
Oh yes, yes, yes.
Your friend.
Yeah, it was a story that I find out that our Ukrainian judge has Russian citizenship, and it's strongly prohibited by Ukrainian law to have two citizenships, for example, and Russian citizenship, while full-scale invasion. So yes, we posted the story, and after that, this Ukrainian judge, she wrote a claim to the High Council of Justice, and she said that I interfere the Ukrainian justice system.
Independence, yes.
Yes, exactly. So by publication, this story. So it was really quite amazing, yes. And after that, I thought that, okay, no problem. But after that, the regional prosecutor office opened a criminal case against me because I done something bad. It's really was, I was impressed by it. So after that, I thought, okay, we will publish the story about that, and this criminal case will stop. But no, after we published the story, the prosecutor called me and asked me to go to the
interrogation.
Yes. So, and it was really also, I was really impressed. But so we post another piece of news about it, and then the General Prosecutor Office, they in 3 hours after we posted this piece of news, they closed this criminal case. But it was really, wow, how just you identifying, for example, Russians in Ukrainian judge system, but you can be the aim of criminal case that you try to, just do something bad for justice in Ukraine. Wow, how it works. So yeah, it was a story, and I'm happy that I'm not in jail because of it.
I just wanted to add one last point to this question. Of course, it's great that I've been saying that we're so proud to do this work in Ukraine, to have this opportunity to be there and do it. But it's not to mention that there are cases like George just explained, where you as a journalist for doing your work face some consequences and face some backlash from the authorities. And there were other cases like that. I won't go into detail, but I'll just say that it does happen. For example, what happened quite a few times with me and other media outlets. For example, the Canadian reporter staying in Ukraine, Ukrainian reporter with the Canadian media outlet Globe and Mail. So we were striped from our accreditations to go into the front line. I was striped from the accreditation following the International Legion investigation. They then returned it back. Spoiler, but we had to, it was hard. And then this journalist, he had to go public about it. Also, like in George's case, they had to write news about it, also call upon media organizations that support free media in Ukraine to help, and it was the big drill to sort it out. So that is to say that there are issues, but still they are very, very far from I think, censorship or some severe interference into the media process. We still have an opportunity to publish our investigations, and I think that is essential. It's great to have it.
No, that's absolutely important, and I think the essential thing is also that there is a solidarity between the journalist community when one is threatened or attacked or put under pressure. As you said, you know, accreditation process is often used as a way of applying pressure because, of course, you know, authorities want you to report in a certain way. They use also the legal means. So there are many others, but the fact is that there is still a very strong, vibrant journalism community. I'm looking at 4 minutes, I understand. I don't see any raised hands. Oh, Lucy.
Much. Hi, thank you. I'm Lucia Sikorova, journalist from Czech Republic and member of ECPMF also. Anna, you mentioned that you also have, first of all, admiring all the work of all of you, really great. But I wanted to ask you, you mentioned that you also have many local, like investigative journalists even. Do you think that the full-scale invasion sort of improved the awareness of people that journalism is important, that readers or just the public, the society supports now media, even local media more, journalists, because this is something we are missing actually.
Honestly, it's hard to tell because I just say that these local investigative journalism centers that I've mentioned, they have been on the market for years and years, I think more than a decade. So there is a great example of Mykolaiv Investigative Journalism Center, Kharkiv Investigative Journalism Center, Crimean Investigative Journalism Center, which is of course not like based in Crimea, but they're elsewhere in Ukraine. And these are the examples of very good local investigative journalism, among others. So to be honest, I haven't really spotted any inclination here where people would be, okay, we need to investigate now. But what I did notice, is that many people started doing the sort of geolocation exercises, like OSINT investigations all across Twitter, and now people just do it as a hobby. And they see some, I don't know, Russian site, training site somewhere in, say, Russia-occupied Crimea or somewhere across Russia's territory. And they're like, okay, let's play a game and apply some OSINT tools and geolocate this site and then see what arms are there, how many soldiers are there, etc., etc., etc. So that is something that I've seen. And now I think since the start of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, it just escalated the number of people who are just doing it for, as a hobby, and thus contributing to helping Ukraine. Citizenship journalism, yes, exactly.
Citizen journalists on
yes.
the rise in Ukraine. I understand from Denise there's a question behind the pillar. I don't see. Please. And there's a little mute button at the bottom that we learn to switch.
Yeah. Actually a comment and a question to you guys about the previous question, holding power to account. I wonder if you guys know what is going on with the case against Lidstvo Info. Has been aired here now, so maybe we should. I'll just mention so that people's attention is dragged to it. So there was an actual investigation by Lidstvo Info about a cleaning company who has made dozens and hundreds of millions of dollars servicing both Russian military objects, partners of Prigozhin's, and occupied Crimea. And at the same time, they had contracts in Crimea and in Belarus. So the Ukrainian partner of this businessman has sued Lidstvo Info for this now. And in order to have the court in a special town where they had connections in Dnipro, they made a co-defendant of this case, Lidstvo Info, and an owner of a Twitter account which was started a month ago, so who reposted this tweet. So because of that, it's taking case in Dnipro, and now they're putting the case, putting the accusation against them, and taking it back, taking it back, and they couldn't figure out until they realized they're just waiting for the roulette to point to the judge that they want to actually run this case. And as far as I understand that the last time I spoke to them, it looked like it's actually going to be a judge connected to this this corrupt business who will actually review their case in a provincial Ukrainian town. So these are some of the things that are going on in Ukraine right now, and that the investigative journalists have to cope with. And they published it recently, the case about it, and they will probably be publishing it again to draw everybody's attention. I don't know if you guys have any updates on this. This is something that is going on right now.
I
don't know of the updates, but I just wanted to highlight that this violation of the automated case distribution system is a very known tool for Ukrainian corrupt authorities or businessmen who just want to get a judge they know or they've corrupted on the case, so in order to win the case. And the Kyiv Independent is also, just a couple days ago, we've received the very same claim. It was taken back. And that is a sign that they just want another judge. So, also in connection to an investigation. So that is still ongoing. And I see now it happening more and more once again, which is a very bad sign. But well, we'll see how it evolves. But of course, once again, all the journalist community sided with Yanina, who is the author of the story from Ukraine, co-author, who contributed to this joint project with OSSRP. And of course, she has all the support from everybody there. And also media lawyers are already on this case. But this is a very, very dangerous sign that it's restarted happening, because I think for the first months of the full-scale invasion, even maybe for a year, I think it was kind of put on hold, this kind of system. Everybody was busy with something else, but now it's returning back, and it's a very bad sign.
I think it's yet another example of those who want to suppress information having a huge toolbox at their disposal in order to suppress freedom of speech and journalism. And in that context, I would like to thank you, the three of you, Elena, George, and Anna, for being with us. And just to highlight that all three of them traveled for more than 24 hours to be here and will have the same trip back. So I'm extremely grateful for you and for your time, for your dedication, and for being with us. So I would like to ask you for a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, all four of you, for this amazing panel. This has been a most interesting panel for me too, and well, the discussion will continue, because I am very happy to announce that as ECPMF, we are organizing a conference in November, 25th and 26th of November in Krakow on this very topic, journalism in Ukraine. You can find the small infoblads on your chairs. Do check our website. Do join us in Krakow. We would love to see you. Well, let's take our coffee break. In half an hour, we are back in this room. See you soon.
crazy because I just got on the train yesterday at 8 and then I'm here at 10. It feels like it's a totally different country. Yeah, but it is really totally different. It feels really different. But even Gothenburg was cheaper than Amsterdam.
We've been to this before, but it really needs pronunciation.
Yeah, depends. Do you want the Dutch one? The international one? French, Italian? But Dutch is Luimus. Yes. But Loomis or Weenus or but it is Luimus. Yeah. Yes. Kill, very flat. Just kill all of them. It's not a really good name for international award. We can pronounce my name.
I mean, my surname.
Yes. Sure. So, let me see. Can I just Pretoric?
I did study in France.
Yeah. Because a lot of people don't realize the C is, but they think it's
mostly,
C,
I think, in French, the biggest issue was the fact that we just can't. We had like our verbs, so
five, but nobody showed up.
I prefer it that way. Sent here.
No worries.
Yeah. No, you're welcome. Bye. Saw you before, we're gonna talk.
Sorry, the last session always wanted turn our microphones down when we're speaking with policy. making me anxious. I also have to make a joke now, so I almost anxious. I hate jokes. I've been told to do it. Oh God. I'll hate myself now.
It's a great time to make a joke.
I hate myself. You have the clicker.
Yeah.
It's just the two arrows we can do it.
One to go onward, one to go backward, I guess.
Shall we? Okay, I have the go sign, so I can start. This is the last panel of the day, and well, it is getting hot in here. I've been told to make a joke. I'm sorry. Well, we are going to ask: can we afford to buy our way out of an environmental crisis? And some companies seem to think so. The moderator of this panel is Jelena Pretoric. I have a problem with ours. I am really sorry. Besides being a project coordinator at IG4E's Future Partner Arena for Journalism in Europe, Jelena is also an experienced journalist focusing on gender and human rights, migration, the environment, and social movements. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
Yeah? Okay. Let's do this. Okay. I know everyone's tired, and we promise this is going to be super interesting, and you're going to be very glad that you stayed. So, I do have a pleasure so I'm very happy to moderate this panel because I'm really interested in everything environmental, and here you're going to hear about 3 great stories from 3 experienced journalists who tackled through their work issue of environmental and human cost of corporate interest or corporate greed. And these 3 investigations, all funded through IG4U grants, span several countries and several industries. So their stories focused on the pollution of water, air, well, our bodies, but also different aspects of human labor in Europe. And in all their stories, they basically revealed violation of environmental legislation that often comes with no cost for corporations and is more often than not silently acknowledged by the EU and national governments and institutions. So to my left, I have Tim Luijmans, who is an investigative journalist from the Netherlands and works with the Investigative Desk, an Amsterdam-based collective of investigative journalists. And Tim is gonna give us an in-depth overview of his investigation on PFAS that are poisoning our waters, foods, our bodies as well. And he's also going to explain how what was a seemingly very local story became a large cross-border European investigation. To Tim's left is Giada Santana, Italian-Dominican journalist who is based in Paris and mostly writes and produces long-form stories at the intersection between human rights and the environment for different European publications. Like Domani, IRPI, El Sarto, and RB Europe. And Giada will talk about harvesting heat, her investigation, also a cross-border investigation that will present the systemic issues at the root of the agricultural supply chain in 2 different countries, Italy and Spain, and will also delve into the state responsibility behind the labor issue stories. And finally, we have with us Emmanuelle Picot, a freelance journalist from France who writes mainly on urbanism and science. And she has previously collaborated with different national newspapers like Le Monde or the BBC and works with other specialized press. And she will introduce us to a cross-border investigation on carbon credits, a system which is basically designed to keep polluters pollute. I'm oversimplifying this. But now we're going to kick it off with Tim. I just want to say that we're going to first go through all the 3 presentations, and then for the last 20 minutes, you'll have the opportunity to ask questions.
Thank you. So I'm going to tell you something about the Forever Pollution project. This is a project I initiated about 2 years ago. So I'm Tim Luijmens. I work at the Investigative Desk in Amsterdam. This is a project about pollution by PFAS across Europe. It led to more than 70 publications across the continent, with 18 newsrooms partnering. But you're probably wondering, what are PFAS? They are chemicals made by man-made chemicals, and you probably know them from products like Teflon or in Gore-Tex. If you have a raincoat, probably there's PFAS in it because it makes the rain fall off, and it also makes products not stick to your pants. So they're very useful in that way, but they're also persistent and toxic. And persistent means that they don't break down in the environment. So when they are there, they will never leave anymore. It's very difficult to clean, to take them away. They have polluted our drinking water supply, and they're also in your blood. Most people have them in their blood at rates that are toxic, because they can cause cancer to testicles, to the liver, to kidney, all kinds of different cancers. And they also cause problems to the unborn child and to the immune system. And basically, what is important to notice is also that there are thousands of these. So it's not one chemical, there's really thousands of different ones. And the story really started with this factory, 3M, in Antwerp. It's not that far from here. 2 years ago, in the summer of 2021, there was a huge story about this factory in Belgium, because they polluted the environment with these substances in a very big way, and it was a very big scandal in Flanders. So I started thinking, what if there's more of these kind of factories across Europe? Because I'm from the Netherlands, and in the Netherlands I knew that there was also another factory, and I knew that there was one in Italy as well, in Veneto. So I met with the Flemish and with the Italian journalist, and first we started to investigate 3M in Flanders, which is located 10 kilometers from the Dutch border. So if they pollute, then it comes in the river, and 10 kilometers further it flows into the Netherlands. So the Dutch people there were not very happy with the Flemish government, that they allowed this for decades. So we investigated 3M, and we basically found that the authorities looked away from many alarm signals across decades, and they could have done something much earlier, but they didn't, and the scandal started. But at the same time, we also thought, okay, so there's 3 of these factories that we know of. How many more are there in Europe? And I couldn't really find a list. So I thought, well, that's our task as journalists. Let's make a list of factories. So that got a bit out of hand, because we mapped the facilities across Europe, which were 17, mostly in France and Germany. And it was interesting to notice that in France and Germany, nobody had ever heard of these substances. But in the Netherlands and Belgium, we know they are everywhere. They are in our blood. These factories are very polluting. And across the border, nobody has ever heard of them. So that was interesting. And I think it also showed from the start how important this was to tackle from a cross-border perspective, because it's not just the local story of one factory polluting the area, but there's dozens, or rather 17 across Europe that are polluting. But we also found more than 17,000 polluted places. Those are the red dots. By combining different sources from academic and government data. The blue dots are presumed to be contaminated because there's no data there, but there's industrial activity or some other reason that it might be contaminated. And then there's also hundreds of users of PFAS, because, for example, the Tefal pans that you know of Teflon,
they are not a producer of PFAS, but they do pollute the environment in France. So this map was made by Le Monde in France, by the way. The data team of Le Monde, by Stéphane Horel, was the leader of that. Let me see. What is also, yeah, so we also did a deep dive into some of those facilities. For example, Chemours in the Netherlands, which is the factory in Dordrecht. I dove into the permit there and found that they were allowed to emit tens of thousands of kilos of these substances, while the government doesn't really want that. So the government tried to restrict Chemours from emitting, but failed to do so because the company went to court and they won, and they're still allowed to emit. So the European Union says we want to ban all of these substances at once. Like I told you at the beginning, there's thousands of these, and banning them one by one wouldn't work because a company like Chemours would just switch one for the next one. You know, you ban one, you just take another. It already happened with one of them, so they wanted to prevent that by banning them all at once. So we thought, what is the industry doing to undermine this ban? And we FOI'd the European Commission and the European Chemical Agency, and we got hundreds of documents of the industry trying to influence this kind of regulation. And their strategy is to say, yeah, okay, some PFAS are bad and they're toxic, but some of them are good. Our products are fine. They're safe, they're okay. Well, we showed this to scientists and they said, well, if they were so safe, the production of these products has led to the continent being polluted fully. So it's not really true. So basically we fact-checked the lobbying arguments of the industry. And yeah, I think those were the main points of our investigation. These are the partners we worked with, 18 partners, more than 70 different publications. If you want to know more or read the stories, go to foreverpollution.eu. Thank you.
Yes, this should work, doesn't it? Thank you so much for the introduction. Today I'll be talking about harvesting heat, which is the investigation I participated in with two colleagues. I think that's very important. Journalists do not work alone, or at least not on big investigations. And our question was, how do hotter temperatures impact the health of those that spend the most time outside in the summer, agricultural workers in Italy and Spain, where we're seeing that climate change is rapidly leading to hotter temperatures and to situations that are unsustainable, even for normal citizens. We wanted to start with the story of Samba. He's not his real name. He's a Senegalese worker. He's 46. He has 2 daughters. They're really pretty. And he works in one of the greenhouses of Almeria, a region in the south of Spain, and the region that produces the most, or at least one of the biggest agricultural outputs in the state and also in the European Union. Spain is the 3rd in Europe for agricultural output. Last year, he witnessed one of his co-workers fall in one of the greenhouses due to heat, and he was one of the few bringing him help. He's still working for the same company, his colleague as well. He's still working for the same company despite this incident, and also despite having had consistent health repercussions because of this. But this is definitely not an anomaly, which is what we found going on the ground. This is everyday reality for most people that work in the industry in Southern Europe. Oh, that's a shame that we cannot see the whole picture. I guess this was a satellite image of Almeria, where there are more than, we cannot fix it, I guess. I guess we can. Imagine you're seeing a satellite image of more than 32,000 hectares of greenhouses in Almeria, which is a region where 25% of citizens, of residents work inside. We're talking about temperatures that go up to 50 degrees in the summer after 10:30 a.m. And most workers continue working until, well, 6, 7, or even 8 p.m. And of course, this brings us to the supply chain. Why does this happen, right? And what we found is the system of exploitation, where at every step of the way, there's someone kind of not being paid enough. And at this point, we found how workers are bearing the brunt of this, whereas the biggest margins are, benefited by supermarkets and big corporations, because what we found is that producers justify, let's say, paying workers not enough or not providing safe working conditions because they're not themselves paid enough by transformers or the people in the middle of the supply chain. Those people are also not paid enough by supermarkets and big corporations. I don't want to say the problem is capitalism, but kind of. And this also brings us to the fact that it's not really anyone's responsibility when you're outsourcing your workforce and when you're not even keeping track of who is providing you with tomatoes or where do those tomatoes come from, which is the case for many supermarket companies that we looked into. Yes, if we have more time, I would love to spend a few words talking about informal settlements, which are a reality both in Italy and Spain, and also the home for tens of thousands of people that work in the agricultural industry. But I'm gonna skip it for now. And definitely, this is not something that we were prepared for, very honestly, but the degree of mafia infiltration in this industry in southern Italy is so consistent that even if we weren't looking for it necessarily, we just had to confront it and deal with it. It is a huge topic. I don't think we have the time now to delve into it as much as I wish we could, but definitely we just wanted to point out how mafia has a role in providing work opportunities where the state is not present. It has a role when it comes to environmental degradation, and it definitely has a role in controlling an industry from the back scene, from the behind the scenes. And finally, yes, we didn't focus as much on corporations, but rather on state responsibility and what Spain and Italy are doing to protect their workforce, and they're not doing enough. Surprisingly, there's a consistent amount of data and research that has been funded in Italy and in Spain that proves that conditions are exploitative and that proves how hotter temperatures have great consequences on the health of workers when it comes to liver, kidney conditions, skin cancer, respiratory, cardiovascular conditions. There's also laws that protect workers when temperatures reach a certain degree, but they're not applied. And the main issue is the lack of oversight or even the corruption of the institutions, the local institutions that are supposed to do, those controls, because there's a middling between those institutions and the producers and those agricultural companies. What we found is that workforce, whose majority is of migrant origin, is essential in Italy and Spain, where more and more people are drifting away from working in the industry, but is used as something disposable, especially when it comes to the lack of access to health services or to any sort of protection, especially because most of these workers do not have papers and have been trying to get them for a long time. And finally, yes, despite the fact that we've been talking about climate change for so long, and there's research that proves how temperatures are reaching more than 40 degrees inside greenhouses, but even more than 40 degrees on the field in southern Italy, there hasn't been really any type of policy implementation or a big program to even a discussion. How do we keep working in this industry, or how do we make this industry sustainable for those working in it, since working in the summer is getting more and more dangerous? And yes, this is the team. Claudia, my colleague, is in the audience, and Sofia, who's the Spanish journalist that worked with us in Almeria. She couldn't be here today, but I just wanted to highlight that we worked together on this. Thank you.
Hi everybody, I'm Emmanuelle Picot. I'm a freelance journalist. I will present you our investigation Cash on Carbon Credits. I work on this project with two other journalists, Guillaume Delacroix, who is based in Spain, and Luc Martinon, who is based in Berlin, and I was based in Paris. First, maybe you need to know who is concerned by this investigation. We investigate cement makers and siderurgists, who are basically one of the most big polluters in industry in Europe. Maybe for a quick overview, cement industry is responsible for 4% of emission of CO2 in Europe, and worldwide is 7%, and for the siderurgist is 4% in Europe and 7% worldwide, so it's quite a good proportion. And we investigate in the European carbon market. Basically, it's a trading place where companies buy and sell tons of CO2 to regulate their emissions. Again, an overview of this market. Today, there is basically 18,000 industrial installation operates in this market. And every day, between 20 and 30 millions of tons of CO2 are exchanged every day. And today, the price of the CO2 is 100 per ton. So you may have a quick overview of how much money is exchanged every day on this market. It's a little bit complicated, but sometimes a drawing is better than nothing. So basically, to make a quick overview of the things, you have, oh, sorry. Okay. You have a government or the regulator on the European carbon market. It's the European Commission. And they provide allowances. Allowances are basically rights to pollute, and they give them to each installations. And they provide it for free. It's important to know that before. And you have, for example, an installation, for example, the emitter A. Maybe the emitter A, this A installation emits more CO2 than it should. So he needs to buy allowances. So maybe he will buy allowances to another installation that was maybe produce less CO2 that she was allowed. And so basically, the emitter B will sell his allowances to the emitter A. That's the primary market in the European carbon marketplace. Basically, it's selling and buying carbon allowances. That's the primary market, so it's quite easy, finally. So the problem is what? The problem is during years, cement and siderurgist companies perceived more allowances than they really emitted. For example, during 2008 until 2012, the quotas, so these allowances, were allocated on the basis of the production of 2008. And in this sector, you have a big crisis in 2008. So basically, the production was bigger in this time, and the amount of allowances were still bigger than the emissions. And you may also know, and it's important, that these allowances have no sell-by date. So basically, once you buy your allowances, they become financial assets, and you can use as you want. So companies can sell at will with no string attached. They are not allowed, there is no obligation to invest these allowances in climate change. They do what they want. So guess what? The results. Company use their stock of CO2, their surplus, and made millions of profits on the climate change. That's what we basically demonstrate. Because they speculate on this carbon price. For example, you have allowances 10 years ago, and you can wait the price of carbon reach this 100 euros per ton, and you made a lot of profits on that, or maybe your company has a big crisis today and you need money and you can sell allowances, so you can maybe just use this for your economy but not really for climate change. And you have some numbers. For example, ArcelorMittal between 2005 and 2019 sold basically 3.7 billion of allowances, and Lafarge-Holcim 1.3 billion from 2008 to 2012. And we investigate basically on 10 to 20, I'm not sure how the amount of companies, but it was only companies in Spain and France. But of course, all of these companies most of them done this kind of things. Just a quick word on the methodology. We use the European register, but we more specifically use a database provided by a researcher, Jan Abrel, because the European register are it's a real mess. They are not compiled and not cleaned. So this researcher, he made a real important work and cleaned all the data, compiled them. And so we have basically a database of 2 million of transactions. And in this database, we cleaned our data and we just take the transaction that we were interested on. That's basically the methodology. Of course, I can give you more precision if you are interested, but I just think that for the moment. And finally, the question, does it help climate? Because, okay, companies make money on these allowances. Would the Commission give them for free? But maybe it was good for climate. And we also investigate on this part too. And you can clearly see maybe on this drawing that on the red part, it's the cement companies, the cement sectors in Europe. And on the pink part, it's the siderurgy. And basically from 2009 until 2022, there is not really a change. The emission is still basically the same. And in 2028, you can see the emission maybe are bigger than before, but as I say to you, it was before the economic crisis. So it's not because the companies invest on the climate change, it's just because they produce less. That's all the explanation. Yes, also just a quick word to say that today, ArcelorMittal and Lafarge, they are still perceived more allowances that they emit CO2. So it continues again. Just a quick word also the impact of the investigation. We published in 2 newspapers, in Le Monde and in El Diario in Spain, because we just investigate on the cement and siderurgy sector in Spain and in France. Basically, that's all I need to say. Thank you for your time. I also want to say that if you're interested in the carbon market or just for investigation, because some journalists are asking me sometimes, we organized a workshop at Vienna on the subject in November, so feel free to join us if you have interest.
Thank you all. We've done this in half an hour, you know that, so you can go back to everything you wanted to say and you didn't have the time to say, but maybe I would first open the floor to any questions. There's Denise with a mic, so just raise your hand and she'll come to you and give you the microphone.
Thanks for 3 really fascinating talks. It seems like maybe a thread that ties them together is lobbying, or at least some of the the themes that emerge from those 3. I was wondering if you could maybe, for anyone who would like to answer, talk a bit about how you investigate that type of side of things and the companies sort of putting the pressure on European politicians and national politicians in your countries.
Yeah, I think there in the EU there's the transparency register, which is quite good. So that's a really good starting point. Just if you know the company, that is that you want to investigate, just type it into the European Transparency Register and it will give you loads of information. And then just FOI, the Commission and any agency in the EU that is dealing with the topic, and then spend hours, days, weeks reading all of that. That's, I think, the basics on how to investigate lobbying in the EU. I guess in every country it's different, although the dynamics are kind of the same. But you don't have a transparency register everywhere. Like in the Netherlands, we don't have anything like that, unfortunately. So in the EU, it works. It kind of works. It doesn't really work as well as it should, but it's a good starting point. If you
Yes, thank you for the question. In fact, we wrote an article, especially on lobbying, on the part of our investigation. Maybe, for example, we investigate about the pressure on deputies of the European Parliament, and about the discourse of companies in our investigation is quite interesting because basically, the lobbying is maybe in the central point of the argumentation. You do not have so much allowances if your lobbying is not super good and super great. And their discourse is just to say, okay, you need to let us time because we are sectors hard to arbeit. Basically, the meaning is hard to change, how to change. But I talked to an expert who told me, okay, it's a discourse, but maybe in aviation, maybe in the military side, it's hard to abide, but not in the cement and siderurgy industry. It's just a discourse, you know, and you need to demonstrate that. And they also met pressure. We have some people and testimonies that told us, for example, some companies, more federation of companies, not only one company, but federations. They organize giant meals and meetings with deputies. They invited them, and they basically put deputies with some local lobbyists or some industrials from their own countries in the same table. So they have pressure at the same time to take the law and to have this to be there has a sort of lobbying and influence of the part of these deputies, and yes, of course there is lots of lobbying on this part.
We did not look as much at what was happening on the European level, but rather inside the state on a cross-border level. But I think what was really interesting to see for agriculture was how MEPs were discussing the EU Corporate Due Diligence Directive, which precisely is going to legislate on how much responsibility corporations have at every step of their supply chain. And once you see who's talking and what they're talking about, I think it becomes really easy to investigate who these MEPs are then, or at least easier to understand who they're being lobbied by.
Thank you. Other questions?
Yeah, nice. Thank you for producing very impactful stories. I was wondering about a specific aspect of impact, particularly with respect to your story, Giada. It seems obvious that both the companies and the state have some responsibility, that all kinds of laws, labor laws, human rights laws are being violated. Is there any follow-up? Has there been any follow-up in terms of litigation or other ways of enforcement? And if yes, what role do you play in it, or how do you see your role in that follow-up?
This is a great question because I think every journalist obsesses over the impact of their stories. So at the European level, Italy has received quite a lot of money to improve the situation of migrants, especially of migrants that live in informal settlements. So in a way, this was already in the making. They have 200 million to provide safe housing, and most of these people do work in agriculture, so you would think that once you give that head start, the situation would get better. Unfortunately, with the current government that we haven't really seen any positive impact or any really improvement in the situation. What made me a bit hopeful, I don't know if my colleague would agree, is that when we did talk to the labor inspectorate and we highlighted the flaws that were at the very base of their oversight, they really seemed concerned as well, and they had an empathetic outlook. They also promised that they would look into it. At the moment, unfortunately, I cannot tell you that, ever since we published a month ago, things have been improving, but of course we will, I definitely need to keep reporting on this and see and monitor how this 200 million euros will be spent by this government.
Just to follow up on that question a little bit, we've been talking about kind of the challenge of when you're reporting on some of these issues, how do you make the story about the system and not about one bad company, one bad actor, and kind of try to seek accountability in that bigger picture. And I just wondered if you can speak to how do you think about that in the reporting and in the writing story, how do you try to focus on systemic issues when you can only investigate a few actors within kind of this big problem?
I think for us it became apparent quite soon, because as soon as we started doing interviews about this, the answer that we got over and over was, it's not just us, it's not just me, this is just an issue we're all experiencing. Everyone is doing this. Everyone is paying workers 4 euros, 5 euros an hour. Everyone is working in greenhouses under 45 degrees. So I think from the head start, we knew, okay, this is a systemic issue. And there's not a few bad apples, which was also it made it more difficult to find those bad apples, because no one really wanted to talk to us about specific company, because all the companies that they had worked for kind of presented the same conditions. I think the way we did it is showing how the same thing happens in 2 different countries, and how at a European level we're all benefiting from the way the system has been built, because at the end of the day, the fact that the price is so low is attractive for everyone. And we have very good quotes in the story by workers that are perfectly aware that we're all benefiting, and it comes, consumers, producers, companies are all benefiting from their own exploitation. Yeah, I don't know if I was clear, but.
Can I ask a question? So I have a question for all of you. Jada, since you have the mic, you want to tell the story of Mohammed and the informal settlements, and I would like to hear that story. But also I have a question that's sort of related to that, and that's something that I asked you just before the panel, and it's, the access to sources, basically. So how did you start building your network of sources? What was your access to the field? Did you go through NGOs? And how did you assess, possible security threats? If you did, I hope you did, before going to the field. Considering, what you showed us in your presentation, that a lot of it, that a lot of organizations that are in the field are related to mafia, or that mafia successfully infiltrates the agricultural industry in Italy.
Mm-hmm. So when it comes to building sources, we went through everyone. I mean, NGOs, humanitarian NGOs, medical NGOs, we went through institutional organizations, so at the state level, at the labor inspector level, trade unions. We also had quite some time to work on this, so we were lucky, that we could build sources over a long span of time. We also went on the ground, and I think that's when we really, the building sources really happened, because we talked, of course, we reached out even through social media, but then when we went on the ground, we spent an extensive amount of time talking and just being there with people and showing them that we were real human beings that really cared about their story. And that's especially when it comes to reporting about this. There has been extensive coverage in Italy, especially, that has just been awful. So people are very afraid of someone just showing up to an informal settlement with a camera and a microphone, and they're scared of journalists, which made it really difficult as well to prove, that we could be trusted and how we could be different. In terms of security, it was the first time that we were investigating into something like this. So it was definitely a learning by doing type of thing. We did get into contact with people affiliated to criminal organizations, but at the same time, I feel like there's this type of stereotypical representation of someone, I don't know, with a mustache and a gun, and it's really just your neighbor that offers you a job, and or loans you money. Your neighbor, that your neighbor might have weapons, and your neighbor is a part of that organization, but the neighbor is also gonna wish you happy birthday on Facebook, and maybe come with a gift. So there's really not that, both for our sources and for ourselves, there's a way in which this is all normalized, and it doesn't really feel like dealing with, I don't know, outright crime. But also, of course, as well, we were using, Signal, Incognito, and etc. How do you not burner phones, but like phone numbers that, Estonian phone numbers, for instance, and that's how we did it. Mohammed. So Mohammed, he doesn't live anymore in an informal settlement, but he used to be one of the religious leaders of Borgo Mezzanone. It's the biggest informal settlement in southern Italy. It's in the region of Puglia, and around 5,000 people live there. They live in shacks. The shacks are made of metal, and they're DIY, so they get really, really hot. In the summer, temperatures reach 50 degrees. They have some access to water, but the tanks are refilled weekly, or well, it depends who you ask. They have some type of rudimental access to electricity, and I think it's really important that there has to be more coverage about this in the European Union, because the situation has been the same for many, many years. Nothing has changed so far, and it has been so normalized by local politicians that I really think it is the biggest in Europe, which is why we wanted to put an emphasis on it. And because there's no real state intervention, of course there's someone else providing jobs and opportunities for these people, and that's how this type of criminal corporations can feed on and continue to grow. But yeah, I don't want to take too much time from, so that's it.
Tim, I had a question for you that's related to the human story behind PFAS. What I'm often struggling with, or not necessarily but I personally struggled with another story that was about water contamination, where you have invisible pollutants in water that eventually end up in your body, and that accumulate, and probably there is an impact on your health, but it's not imminent. So it's sort of hard maybe for people to understand what it actually means. It doesn't necessarily mean, you're going to die in 2 months from XYZ. So I'm wondering, how did you approach that? And how did you sort of try to condense all that scientific information, and there's a lot of science behind it, into a story that, is going to be impactful, or it's going to be interesting for people as well, so that people will want to know, what's behind the acronym PFAS and what it actually does to one's body.
Yeah, good question. I also struggle with that because I think it's comparable to smoking, for example. I also work on the tobacco industry a lot, and if you are 16 and you start smoking, you think, yeah, I will die in 4 decades, who cares? So you have to kind of convince that 16-year-old that it's actually bad, which is difficult. So I think there's 2 ways. One was to show the local communities around the factories that were affected by this pollution. Because everyone is affected by it, but the people really living next to the facilities they are the front line of this battle, and they are most affected. So people that were living around it, they had levels in their blood that were so high that it's comparable to wastewater of the factory. You know, so I think, and people, there was someone living close to 3M who did her PhD thesis on PFAS in eggs, and when she saw the results, she was like, "Whoa, I ate these eggs my whole life," and my daughter did as well, and my daughter has a disability, and I have thyroid problems. You know, so I think those kind of stories on the front line of these pollution stories can really make an impact to people. It did to me, for sure, when you're working on it. I think there's also another point, and to make it into some kind of financial thing, because often pollution is difficult to measure, or yeah, environmental problems are difficult to measure in some kind of factual or results like economics, but some scientists tried to do so with PFAS, and they showed that, I think the number was, don't quote me on this, but it's 70 billion euro per year. That's what water pollution costs on PFAS. So if you compare that to the profits of the companies, that's like, you know, 10 times higher than even the revenue of one of the companies per year. So it's all, I think sometimes we have this narrative that the industry, they create economic value, they create jobs, but actually if you try to quantify the damage that they do in economic terms, it might be much higher. I think both those two things can be a powerful way to convince the public that there's actually something really bad going on.
Where in Veneto did you guys look, if you remember?
The factory in Veneto, it's called Miteni. It was closed, I think, 5-6 years ago. Not entirely sure.
Because they found us very recently as well.
Yeah, it's everywhere in Veneto.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the whole, I think the aquifer there is completely polluted, and the river. But there's also another factory in Italy, the Solvay plant in Piedmont, where also everything is contaminated. Which was a bit under the radar until recently, because the Miteni plant has been more in the Italian news, but the Solvay is also. But I don't exactly know where in Veneto. I haven't been there, so my Italian colleague did that. Yeah, I wish I would go there.
How's water in Brussels? Emmanuel, I had a question for you, and it's really because you look specifically into cement and steel, right? And I'm wondering, and you know, into cement and steel industry in Spain and in France, and I'm wondering what other stories are out there. So if there are any people here who are very into European transmission schemes and would like to, you know, follow in your steps, where should they look?
As you said, we just investigate on a little part of this market because we are just a team of 3 people, so it's not exhaustive. But there is, as I said, so 18,000 installations in this market, and there is not only cement and sederages, you have petroleum, you have all the big polluters in Europe. So for sure, I think there will be interesting investigation that you can see. In other countries, I know some people in Switzerland and in UK are currently working on the subject too. So there is already journalists that are investigating more on different countries than on our sides. And this is for the European carbon market, but you also have new marketplace, not only the official one, but the voluntary carbon market. It's a new market where companies that are not allowed to go on the European official made another one. And maybe you have also possibilities of investigation on this part. So yeah, basically green finance today, it's an interesting subject. And if you have any question or if you need help or something like that, of course you can contact us. And Also, the database of UUTS.info can be useful if you want to have a look at data or just contact the federations or the trade unions of your country. It can be a good starting point, I think.
Thank you. I think we have time for maybe 2 more questions. If not, I have more questions for you guys. No, but I'm just interested in. Yeah, I'm not letting anyone go before 6. We're just staying here, guys. You worked with scientists. You work with a researcher, and I'm really interested in this cross-disciplinary. I don't know if you worked with any scientists, maybe in another, but yeah, but I'm just interested in the ways, and I know, Tim, that wasn't necessarily your specialty, but you can surely say something about that. I'm just interested in this like cross-disciplinary collaboration. So what sort of role does a scientist have? And I guess it's different in both of your cases. If you could say a couple of words about that.
Yeah, I think, well, so how the map was made, we worked together with scientists on that, so they kind of checked the methodology, that everything was okay there. So that, but that, like you said, that wasn't really my specialty in the project, because I was focusing on other things. But I think there's also a different part that is very important, that there's so much knowledge among scientists, and that has been published by scientists as well, but that just doesn't reach the public. And I think it's also really our task as environmental journalists to really try to bring that information together and make it accessible to the public, because otherwise it just stays in that ivory tower of the university, and while there is so much knowledge. So I think that is one of the main things I would say, that's where really interdisciplinary work, because the scientists also want their work to be out there. Many scientists that I speak to, they are kind of cynical that, yeah, I'm just doing all this research, but nobody will ever read it. Yeah, my professor or my faculty will read it, but that's it. Or the peer reviewers will read it, and that's it. So I think there is a task for us there as well. Yeah. I don't know if you have anything to add.
Yeah, I'm quite agree with Tim. I think, for example, in our case, the researcher also helped us to check the methodology, because he just created the database. So he discussed and he exchanged with our data journalist about the methodology, and he helped us to really accurate the data. We also use some companies. We also spoke with companies, and one company, for example, helped us to precise the database. So sometimes it's interesting to know that in an investigation, the bad guys sometimes can help you if you have interest to in your investigation. So that's a little point. And for researcher, I think sometimes between investigation and research, you have a little line. It's really weak, but researchers, in our case, lots of researchers, not only Jan Abrel, but for example, economy researcher, they made a great job on these carbon markets, and nobody knows about this, or except some experts. And my methodology, for example, is to go and see the publication, the articles in scientific database, and contact these people, because I think they're really experts in the field and they can really help you. So for me, scientists are always a good sources if you want to check an information, if you have access to information. Do not hesitate. It could be a good thing sometimes.
Thank you. I see you looking at me. No, I can go on. I can go on. Are there any last questions? Because if not, I would like to thank you. Oh, somebody woke up. Hello.
I'll give you the mic for the live streaming.
Very simple and quick question, just practical. How did you look for all the list? I mean, the companies in the list producing that some substance. I mean, what tools did you use?
So you mean how to find the producers?
Yes.
Or?
Yes.
Yeah, well, simple question, very difficult answer. We started with a list of the European Chemical Agency, I think, which kind of registers emissions on basis of substances, but that gave us a really big list because we kind of clumped users and producers together at first because we didn't really realize that there was a difference between producers and maybe a company that buys the substance and then makes it into another product and then sells it again, you know. So that was quite difficult, actually. We spent a year on that list. Many different sources, governmental, but also inside industry. Just, you know, talk to industry and ask them about their competitors. That is because, okay, Moore, so you are really in the spotlight. What do you think about your competitors that are not in the spotlight? Who are they, and where do they operate? That was one of the ways to really fact check that list. We found some. I think we found one in that way that otherwise I would have missed probably. But I can go back to all the sources, but it was a lot to pile together. No, we're quite sure that it's complete. Yeah, in Europe, yeah. On the producers, but the contaminated side and the users are not complete for sure. But the producers, yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Thank you for the question. And thank you everyone for coming here. Tim, Jada, and Emmanuel, thank you for your presentations and for being patient with my questions and for teaching us many new things. I've learned a lot from you. Thank you all. I will. Are you having a closing remark? Now we'll have a closing remark.
Very brief. Thank you very much for this amazing panel. And thank you all for staying until this hour, joining us the entire day. It's been a long day and we all deserve a good rest. We'll gather here at 9 o'clock for registration. 9:15 sharp starts the live streaming. See you tomorrow. And, well, this is